All right, I will now call a rare 9:00 a.m. on Saturday General Committee meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being in the chambers. I can see most of you. Today's special General Committee meeting is being held in person in the chambers with members of General Committee, some members of the executive management team and the city clerk, members of the senior leadership team, and other staff are available to answer questions via video conference. Council chambers does remain closed to the public until further notice. And we are up and streaming. Yes, good. Okay, we have only one item on this morning's agenda, and that would be the deferred business on the long-range financial plan and financial policy framework. Would somebody like to hold that for me? Thank you, Councillor Congo. We have a presentation to start off from Craig Miller, Director of Finance and our Treasurer. The presentation, Mr. Miller, it moves through several items that Council's asked to talk about. I noticed that I think the first one is the allocation of the BHHI funds. The second one, I think, is development, if I'm not mistaken. And the third one is the capital plan. Is it staff's preference that General Committee deal with the items in that order? Or is that just the way the presentation came together?
To you, Mayor Lehman. So yes, the idea was, fortunately for council this morning, it won't be just me speaking. So the idea was I would speak to the long range plan at a high level. Then Michelle Bansfield would talk about growth. And then there's Bala and Don McAlpine would talk about options within the capital plan. So I think the idea was that we would suggest we present them in that order to hear the whole presentation. And then perhaps at the end, you can deal with the plan, with the financial plan, but certainly up to your discretion.
Okay, so you'd prefer to deal with all, you'd like to do the presentation, all three sections at once and questions at the end? Is that your preference? Okay. Then I will hand it over to you. Just before I do, a special shout out to Mayor Cam Guthrie of our friendly city of Guelph, who I understand is dealing with many similar challenges and may be watching us today. Cam, thank you for your dedication, for sitting in through this with us. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
So good morning, Mayor Lehman, members of General Committee and staff. As we just spoke about, we're going to break this presentation up into different segments. So it's ultimately started with our discussion on the long-range financial plan, and then we'll get into growth, and then we'll get into options for deferring some projects. So if you just go to the next slide. And you can see the agenda actually has a break in it, so use that at the discretion of council. I'm going first and Michelle's going next, so maybe after listening to Michelle, you might need a break, but we'll defer to you guys. All right. So if we go to the next slide and the next slide. So I think it's important if we just step back for a minute and ask yourselves, why did we do a long range financial plan? What was the purpose of it and what was the intent? And I think it's just like at home when you're paying your bills, planning your future. It's good to have a plan in place, and it's good to have a financial plan in place. So that's really kind of step one. It's where are we today? What decisions from the past and the present? What's our financial condition? And then how do things look based on going forward, based on the plans that are currently in place? And once we look at that, then it's what do we need to change? What goals do we have that looks like are going offside? Where can we modify it? And that's really what the financial policy framework is all about. It's a document that I'm actually very proud of. I've been with the city since 2010, and I think it was evolved before I got here. We've maintained it each 4-year cycle. Standard & Poor's references it every year when they go through their credit rating exercise. So the overall intent is really, what do we need to modify in that plan, if anything, today to make sure that we achieve council's goals? So when you stop and pause and say, okay, well, what is the City of Barrie's financial condition today? And if you kind of read through the report, while it may not be specific in certain areas, the number one, our credit rating is really good. We just got approved, reaffirmed our credit rating. It's been at that level before I got here, and I've been here involved with the city for the last 11 years. So it's very positive. It's a strong credit rating. It's based on decisions of past councils and this councils. And we've benefited from that this last year. While it's not the only factor that goes into the rates that we get when we borrow money, it certainly is one of them. And something I'm proud of, we actually, last year when we went to market to borrow some funds, we actually did better than a AAA credit rating of York Region, which I like to say it's all the great work we're doing together. There were some market forces at play that particular day, but I think the general takeaway from that is it saves the city's taxpayers money by having a strong credit rating. So part of the financial plan is to make sure we maintain that credit rating, and that's why we do it. Then there's some cautionary tales for the city in their current financial condition. These aren't new to any of you. We talk about these regularly, but it's worth reviewing and reminding ourselves. Our reserves relative to the size of the city and our asset base and relative to some of our peers, they're low. Now you could debate what's the magic number. And there's different theories on that. You're never going to have enough money to satisfy all your asset replacement needs, but you need to have some, and that gives you more flexibility to be more of a pay-as-you-go municipality when you need to. But when you compare ourselves to other municipalities, we are lower than others. But again, council's made a lot of progress in that with the dedicated infrastructure renewal fund. I think it was around 2016. And we are where we are today financially with our good credit rating because of those decisions in the past. And those are positive. That gave the city's flexibility when we went through COVID. We made some decisions last year to help the community to keep costs down. And that flexibility was there because of some of your past decisions in the financial health of the city. So going forward, you want to try and maintain some of that flexibility for those. Well, hopefully we never go through another situation like we had the last 2 years, but for any of those unexpected events that happen so that you have abilities from a financial level to deal with them. And then again, the size of our assets, replacement values, $6 billion. It's growing, it's a big number. And it's just really to emphasize you don't have to replace all your assets today, your $6 billion. Kelly Elke's group's been doing a good job bringing forward asset management plans, and why she's doing that. She's really passionate about, and I believe I'm supposed to use the word asset replacement. She's very passionate about it. But one of the reasons it's good management, but we're also provincially mandated to do it. So the province wants all municipalities to remember you have these assets you have to maintain. And for the city, it's $6 billion and it's going to grow. So obviously, if you don't have enough in your reserves, it limits the amount of replacement you can do. It increases your risks, both financial and operational. So it's something to be aware of. You're not going to solve a problem today, you build it up over time. So that's where we are today. We're in pretty decent shape. But then we have to look at where are we going. And if you look at the main factors that are kind of driving the long range financial plan, it's really driven around growth, asset renewal or replacement, and then your debt and reserve levels. So again, I don't think it's a surprise to any of you. The city's been preparing for growth for many years. The city's made a lot of big investments, and we're starting to get the rewards of those investments. A lot of businesses, a lot of builders want to invest in Barrie, and they're doing it, and you can see it, and it's very exciting to be here. I think from the plan, what we just have to make sure that we do collectively is we manage the risk of the city. So obviously businesses are trying to manage their risks, developers are managing their risks. And a great way to manage risk is to put it on someone else or some other organization. So it's a partnership, and the city's accepted some risk, as has the development community, as has businesses. But when you look at the overall financial plan, it's just to take a look and ask yourself, are we taking too much risk from the city's perspective? And that's really what we're trying to do with the long range financial plan. So then when you assess all that, and yes, there's this is a 20-year plan, it goes out to 2041. Things change tomorrow. So when they built the model, they used our asset management plans, they used all the data that we had available, growth plans, they made some assumptions. Are all those assumptions going to happen? No, of course not. Is there opportunity to change some? Absolutely. And they're going to change. Every year when we go through the budget cycle, we do dig deep. We do have a really robust prioritization process that staff uses based on your direction. But the number one thing it looks at is overall risk of failure. And then we go through the different measures that we use to bring forward a plan to council, and then council adjusts that plan. So it's not static, the long range financial plan, by any stretch of the imagination. It's just kind of to show you where where things could head and where we need to kind of adjust a few things. So the third point, which we'll get into, is so what? You've got this plan. What are the recommendations? So there's nothing really, I would say, too earth-shattering in the plan from a surprise standpoint, or some of the recommendations that are coming out of it. And some of them are specific and some of them are more general. So number one, which I won't really talk about this one, but we'll get into the second point a little bit further. But the number one point is, which I think this was in council's intention anyway, is to get the dedicated infrastructure renewal up to 1%. Paused it last year. We're slowly increasing it this year. And that was prudently done. So again, it makes sense to do that when you look at our overall reserve condition. And then the second bullet, which we'll talk about in further slides, was a suggestion that we reallocate some of the Barrie Hydro holding dividend to put into one of the capital reserves. Watson identified on the DC study, they've told us you could be collecting more in DCs. Legislatively, you have to at least do it every 5 years. So makes sense to say, okay, well, we'll look to do that for 2023. It's a reasonable time frame that gives enough opportunities and warnings to the development community to know that this will be coming. And then conversely, the province introduced the new community benefit regime, which was an opportunity to allow municipalities to collect some funds for services that are not included in the development in the Development Charge Act. So it's a new regime. I think Toronto and Mississauga are moving forward with something this year. We're going to learn from that. And then we're recommending that we bring forward something in 2023 as well. And again, those are new funding sources. And then we just highlighted traditional front ending and credit agreements. The city has credit agreements with developers. That's per the MOU, and that's allowing some of the investments to happen. And that's positive. What we're really just saying here is the terms of those credit agreements or a traditional front-end agreement may have to change from a cash flow standpoint. So for credit agreement, developer puts all the money up front. Then when they come to register their subdivisions, they don't have to pay all the DCs. They get credit for the amount that they've invested. So the cash flow that comes to the city is reduced at that point because they paid for the infrastructure. Going forward, we may have to say our own cash flow need a little more attention. So we may have to space back or push out the length of time that they actually collect their credits. And then we mentioned consider phasing future growth in the official plan in the future. All we're really saying here, and this is something that Watson brought forward, was just the timing of development. You're investing all this money, developers investing all this money over in phase one, build there first before you start committing dollars to put infrastructure in other phases. If we go to the next slide. So just quickly, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides. This is from the long-range financial plan. I think part of the reason council give its staff some motion to find $300 million and defer it past 2029. I think this is one of the slides that contributed to that discussion, which is really just highlighting in the report that by 2029, all things being equal, all the assumptions that are in the model come true, your annual repayment limit would be over 20%. And that is a large number. The annual repayment limit is almost, the provincial government's giving municipalities a credit card limit. They're saying, here you go, here's your credit card, here's your limit, and it's 25% of your own source revenues. It's a high number. It doesn't necessarily mean in 2029 that we would, if this were to happen, that our credit rating would be downgraded. It would certainly put pressure on it and put it at risk. There are a lot of different variables that go into your credit rating, but you're really, for our policies, we max it out at 20%. We're way below that. We don't want to get over that limit. And I think staff would, well, before we get there, would be raising that red flag each year when we do the budget. But it is a concern, and it really makes sense. If you step back and think about it, we're investing all this money in infrastructure. The city's going to grow a lot. Infrastructure is expensive, so you would expect we do need to borrow to get us there, and it's just making sure that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of what we spend versus what residents are moving in to help pay for it. And next slide. So if we just zero in on, and this actually relates to one of the motions that were broken out from the long range financial plan, was the allocation of the Barrie Hydro Holdings dividend. So currently, I think you all remember the Barrie Hydro Holding dividend comes from the investment that the city made through Barrie Hydro Holdings into now what is Electra. It's decisions from past councils, and it's a great investment. So the city's, I think it's roughly around 7 million. Mayor Lehman's on the board of Electra and could speak to the details of that dividend and the future strength of that revenue sources in the future, but it's a good, healthy return. Right now, 20% of that money, and this is based on the financial policy update we did in 27 of that goes into the tax capital reserve, and the remaining is going into what is now called the reinvestment reserve. So what staff are really proposed based on the information in the plan, where we are, reserves are under pressure, allocate 50% of that to the tax capital reserve, in addition to doing the 1% DERF. The benefit of this is it doesn't raise anyone's taxes. It's a constant, I don't want to say guaranteed, but it's a really strong revenue source that the city could use. So this is one of the suggestions from staff. If you go to the next slide. So I don't want to bog you down in the details of tables. You've seen these probably enough times, which with the budget presentations, there are tables like this in your budget binder. But what this is currently showing, the top table is the reinvestment reserve as we currently stand. It's the 80% split. So it assumes that we're putting away 80% each year. You'll notice the second line, there's draws from this reserve. So if you'll remember, there was a council direction last year that we allocate, I believe it's $2.5 million from this reserve to a theater reserve. So that is what one of the big draws out of this reserve is that you see that continues 25, 26, 27. And then the bottom table, of course, is the current tax capital reserve. Again, the negative numbers represent overcommitments. This isn't a cash flow exercise. So you can see 2027, there's a very scary number there. We're overcommitted actually in 2023. And if you look at 27, it gets scary and gets even scarier in 2028. So really the idea was allocate some more of the money to the tax capital reserve. And if you go to the next slide. And while it doesn't solve the problem on the pressure in the tax capital reserve of allocating more, it helps it a bit. So if you see by 2026, the reserves, it's actually in a positive uncommitted position. I will remind you, our financial policy framework actually has a target in the tax capital reserve. It's not a specific dollar amount. It basically references you should try and keep at least a certain value of the average of the 5-year non-growth component of your capital plan should be held uncommitted. So a few years ago, that was around 20 million, 25 million. So staff, when we were doing the plan, we were trying to, okay, when will we ever get to that number? Not anytime soon, but you do want to have some of those funds uncommitted. Why? So that you can deal with emergencies and it gives you flexibility. So again, the recommendation helps the reserve greatly. If you look by 2029, the promised land is we arrive, it looks like, but it doesn't necessarily solve it. And then conversely, I think what's important for council is depending on the health of that dividend and how you use it. And again, this does have the money flowing to a theater reserve. There is still some flexibility. There's still some dollars left there each year that can be allocated. And what I think would be helpful for staff when we go through this exercise is what's your objectives of how do you want us to use those funds? So when we do the budget each year, it helps us from a financial standpoint of how we allocate it. And next slide. So again, just a quick summary. More money going into the tax capital reserve, it helps. You have $6 billion of assets. The tax capital reserves also funds the non-growth portion of the development charge related projects. So not all of it, most of it's recoverable through development charge. There is some benefit to existing residents that is paid from the tax capital reserve. So it is under stress. And again, takeaway, there's still quite a, I would say, healthy balance left in the reinvestment reserve, provided the hydro dividend continues at the level it's at. And the last slide, and this slide is just kind of restating the motions that were in the recommendations that were in the report for changes to the plan. I won't read them all out to you. Again, I don't think any of them are probably a big surprise to you. And they're not we're not drastically changing our strategy or our plans at this point. I would call it more tweaking. And with that, I will pass along unless you want to ask a question here. It's your prerogative, Mayor Lehman.
I actually think it might be a good idea to do questions now on this section, just because we're shifting topics considerably. So just questions, members of General Committee at this point. We'll get into the discussion, I'm sure. Councilor Morales, question on these slides?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I noticed in one of the earlier slides you had that the DERF goes back to 1% in 2023. Does staff have concern about making that in 2023 instead of 2022? And the reason I'm wondering if you have concern is to bring back the DERF back to previous levels in a year where there's going to be a new council can be tricky, because the new council might take a different direction. And I have a concern that that target might never materialize. Whereas if we move the goalposts now, as one of the last mandates that this term of council does, it can practically change things significantly.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Morales. So yeah, obviously if you put away more today, there's a compounded effect. It helps more later. When staff put together the 2022 budget, we did look at council's direction. We did look at the overall needs of the community in terms that we are still recovering from a pandemic. So we thought, it's again ideal to put it away now, but we thought that realistically it would be it would still help achieve our goals by starting it in 2023. I think where we are overall with the tax levy, I think it would be an additional pressure on as you go through your binder, you'll see there are some needed services and there are significant costs in there. As I mentioned last week, we do have inflationary challenges that are happening that is putting pressure on the budget. So I would leave it to your decision. I mean, every year council will have the opportunity if they want to include it or not. Always love to have it more now, but again, it would be up to council's decisions. I think it's prudent to do it. I wouldn't not do it in 2023.
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. On slide 7, showing the projected reinvestment reserve amounts. You explained 2022, the money special council motion we're taking out, that kind of thing. But then in 2023 and 2024, there's rather large amounts coming out as well. Do we know what those are for? Is there something that we're planning? I wasn't quite sure. There's 5 million coming out, 5.4 million coming out in 2023 and 4 million coming out in 2024.
So if you remember, Mayor Lehman through Deputy Mayor Ward, if you remember, the city is using, and you'll see this actually in the 2022 budget, we implemented a growth strategy a few years ago where before growth comes, you need resources, you need people, you need to put processes in place. So I believe it was 2 years ago, we started drawing money out of this reserve to support that program with the idea that over 5 years, we would phase off drawing money from that reserve. So there is money coming out of the reinvestment reserve that's going into your operating budget. There is, I believe, an intake forms taking some money out of that reserve for the to support funding the CIP program. But beyond I think it's 24, you'll see it, the draw drops because we're hoping to be off the phasing money out of the growth strategy. So we won't be pulling money out of that reserve into our operating budget beyond that year. So that flat line number you see coming out of the reserve in the outer years is just more or less the contribution that goes to the theater reserve. But I can provide you more details, and after this we can send out an email showing you exactly everything that it is.
Sure, yeah, because I can't remember that, but it'd be useful to have the information.
For sure.
Other questions? I had one, Craig. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through to Mr. Miller, just noting, and you made it very clear, the concern on slide 5, the 2029 that goes above the 20%. And I'm just noticing it's a self-imposed AR limit, L limit, and it goes down immediately. So how much it goes, like I was assuming out of the years there, 2030. So you're rising above it for a very short period of time is, I mean, I guess maybe I know the answer you've said, but what if we accepted that 1 year above the self-imposed limit? Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris, it's a great question. So when the province looks at your annual repayment limit, they look at two lines. They look at your overall own source revenues. So those are your taxes, your fees, water fees, water rates, everything you charge. It doesn't include development charges, it doesn't include grants, anything like that. So that's one piece of your own source revenues. And then the other piece, it's how much debt you're paying each year, right? That's kind of so if you had a year where if our tax base grows quite a bit, we don't get to 20%. And if interest rates were to stay low and we don't borrow more than we're projecting, you won't get to 20%. So it's difficult to say in 1 year we'll get there and then we'll drop. It will never be a sharp point as you're seeing in front of you. It would be a gradual trend towards it, and then moving. You wouldn't necessarily fall right off. It would take some time. So I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of moving parts to get to that level. It's not, as I said, it doesn't necessarily correlate that your credit rating drops. It's a strong correlation, but it's not the only factor. So you're below the provincial target, so you're not going to get an offside from that perspective, and there is flexibility to go higher. It's generally considered, you don't really want to. Some municipalities, York Region got themselves in trouble a number of years ago, and they had to work with the province where they're actually allowed to include development charges as part of their own source revenues to keep them within the financial lens, which adds another layer of risks. But it's just remember there's two pieces to it. It's your overall base. If the growth comes, people move in, and your costs are contained a bit, you'll never get there. But it's something we need to watch each year.
Okay, thank you. So two things could be true. It could not get over the 20, or it could stay there longer than this chart shows. Okay. And how quickly is a credit rating downgraded? Does that happen? Is it you go over the 20% and you start to experience some review, and then over how much time would you expect to be at risk to a downgrade?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, so the Standard & Poor's actually, well, this is a provincial target that the province put on it. Standard & Poor's they use different measures. They're related but different. So they have a threshold of 120%. So it generally shows they correlate where when you're getting closer to 120%, your ARL limit would be closer to it. So that's one of their components that they look at. It's not just the ARL. That's why I'm sort of saying to you, even if you hit 20%, it doesn't necessarily mean your credit will be downgraded. It just puts you at more risk that it could be. There are a lot of variables beyond council's control that Standard & Poor's looks at. The greater economy, Canadian economy, national economy, things of that nature as well. But it's just a warning that you don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves, and that's really what this is just pointing to.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Actually, just a question that came out of that conversation. Obviously, we've been hearing from the Bank of Canada that they're looking at probably rates going up in the near future. So I'm just curious, in your opinion, although I'm not a big fan of borrowing, would now be the time to borrow before rates do change, looking at the long range of what these charts show with significantly incremental shortages. So would it be far better for us to borrow now at a lower rate, opposed to potentially in a few years' time, if we find ourselves in a position where we have to borrow, most likely it's going to be at probably a much higher rate than what it is right now?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, if you remember that, this was a great question. And this, Councillor Harvey, this is the discussion we had, it was last budget cycle. So we did actually end up advancing some debt that we were going to issue actually in it was 2022. Some works were done, so we issued more this year to try and take advantage of that. I think one of the challenges, so in the municipal setting, we have different funding sources and we have provincially regulated. If you load up in too much debt, one, before the work's done, you're limited as to how, if you over borrow, and the legislation, the way it's worded, you can, if you're building a water main and you borrow for a water main and you over borrow, well, you use that over borrowing for another water main. It gets a little messy trying to find some projects that are relate. That's one. But the bigger issue is you still have to pay the debt servicing costs. So we've come forward with a tax rate proposed for 2021. If we went out and borrowed ahead, you're paying more pressure on your tax rate today. So yes, you're going to say, but overall I'm going to save, but more of your existing tax base is paying today. Whereas in the future, when more residents come online, they're going to share in the cost of the borrowing at that time. So it's challenging in the municipal sector in terms of that strategy. But it is something to be aware of as we move forward and looking at our projects and the works that are happening. Do we pull the trigger earlier or not? But I think as long as we look long term and on average, I think that's the most important piece, and not get too caught up in the ebbs and flow of a year to year. And that's sort of the strategy that we've been using. The city's done really well the last few years borrowing, and it's something that we are watching.
Great, thanks. Yeah, no, like, I mean, I guess too, I'm looking at, we know there's probably going to be some other financial asks. The hospital's the first one that comes to mind that I know is probably going to be a fairly large ask. Like, I mean, obviously the numbers are concerning enough at this point without throwing another 5-10 million, or even could be far north of that. Who knows what the ask is going to be on the city when it comes to things like that.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Actually, it's a great question. And we did, I know, by advancing some debt, take advantage of record low interest rates about a year ago, but the situation's already changed. And you're absolutely right. It is forecast to change further. So my follow-up question, Craig, would be, you know, in the private sector, a corporation our size would go place 600 million in commercial paper and build the war chest now because it's got the ability to leverage its balance sheet and take advantage of low interest rates. We are not able to do that, right? Under legislation, we have to only borrow for completed works.
You can borrow ahead, but you are restricted as to the class of asset that if you over borrow, you can only use over borrowing for like similar assets, like the water main example I was using. So when you look at our
okay, so we can't borrow for a rec center and then spend it on roads.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the other part too, Marilyn, is just, it's really important. It's the difficult part. It's the funding sources as well. So if we go and borrow, let's say growth related projects, we're now going to switch over and borrow for some big projects. We're sort of doing that incrementally each year, but we haven't actually put in those interest costs in the background study. So you're diluting some of the revenues you're getting from the revenue. You're not collecting enough is what I'm saying. So it's something to be aware of in terms of the quantums that you get to, and one of the reasons why Watson is saying you want to update your DC bylaws sooner rather than later.
So just a question I had, and you can go back to slide 7 or 6 or whichever one, 7, I guess, on the reserves. I mean, you're responding to a specific request from council, which is to discuss the allocation of, whether we put 1.5 or 3.5 million in on that bottom line, or second to bottom line to the tax capital reserve. But the much bigger number here, and the number that we're chasing, is the draws 2022 business plan. That is our capital plan. And in 2027 and 2028, you're showing numbers of 74 and 72 million dollars being drawn from TCR. So those are spending choices, obviously, that are dictated by a whole bunch of capital needs in the city. Later on today, you're going to be presenting staff's recommendations on pushing some of these out. Did you take a look at how this line would change if the recommendations you're making later today were adopted by council? Because here's my point. yeah, we can argue about the 1.5, 3.5, how to fund the number, but to me, we have to start with what's our spending? And council's asked for recommendations on how to push out the spending. So I guess this line concerns me more than anything, because I mean, we can come up with 100 different ways to try and get to that number. But that number is the problem, not how we get to it. I mean, how we get to it's an issue, but only because the number's that big. So did you look at whether, for example, that 74 and 72 could get pushed out or spread more, which changes the whole conversation in terms of how you pay for it?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So you did remind me that I think I get to come back at the end of this presentation, because if anyone that's done any advanced reading, there is a couple of slides at the end that kind of show from the work that staff has done what it would look like. And you'll see that what's been brought forward, because it's more out of year work, it has a positive impact on the tax capital, but in the later years. So you'll see that coming forward. It doesn't solve the problem, but it does help.
Okay, and yeah, I mean, I've taken a look at that slide, and when you look at these draws, it's a quite different picture in terms of how we pay for it. So I guess the reason I raise it, members of General Committee, is I think we probably need to hear that part before we start talking about how are we going to get to the number. I mean, you got to set the target before you decide on how you're going to reach it. Decide what's in the basket before you figure out whether, you know, how we're going to pay for it. So this is really helpful information, and I think it sets the context, because we've got five. I mean, the other thing is we've got 5 policies here. Like, the sole business of General Committee today is around the long range financial plan, not the budget. We've got 5 long range policies here that ultimately are what we need to approve today, and any direction we want to give staff about that capital plan, because the motion that got us here was, please push 300 million out. So anyway, thanks for this part of the presentation. Are there any other questions on it? Okay, so the way it's set up right now we'd hear from Ms. Banfield about how we might speed up, or not speed up, but the conditions around development and that challenge we've got with development revenues. So I'll go to Ms. Banfield.
Thank you. You can go right to the next slide. Thank you, Mayor Lehman, for the introduction. And I'm not going to talk too much about this slide in particular. I really just wanted it out there in the universe, just to kind of clarify, you know, when development charges are actually come into our coffers in terms of the Salem and Hewitt secondary plan, and it really is staged. And so we do get basically the current phasing is tied to draft plan approvals, and spoiler alert, we get nothing at draft plan approval. We get $0 at draft plan approval. When we start getting money in is tied into executing subdivision agreements. But again, in some of these plans in the secondary plan areas in particular, they're blocks for future either mixed use blocks or townhouse blocks. So then we get no money on blocks. Those monies come in partially at site plan when they get ready to register site plan agreements for those townhouse blocks or mixed use blocks. And then we get the balance at building permit issuance. So it really is staggered out. And so that's where, you know, the current phasing in the secondary plan areas is tied to draft approvals. And that's when you can trigger to move into future approvals. But we're looking to make that stronger and have that tied to registrations where we at least get some dollars in. And, you know, with my friends in finance, you know, we could even after tonight, even make that even more stringent if we'd like. And then again, just to be clear, we are not talking about existing draft approvals. We're not talking about existing projects in the existing phase 1, if you will, or even phase 2 that have draft approvals. We are talking about things going forward. So people that are pulling building permits aren't going to be impacted by this. We're just actually talking about a future state. And ultimately, you know, we've got some stats there in terms of registration of how many units have been registered. And you've heard this before. It's just a little softer than we expected that we'd be at this point. And so, you know, where we tie things to draft approvals and how many draft approvals have been registered. when ultimately a lot of financial assumptions were made on absolutely everything moving forward at a much more aggressive pace. So that's just kind of where we are today. And I just wanted to kind of share that all with you so you have a good understanding of where staff is coming from. If you want to advance again, that would be great. Thank you. So, I'm here before you because one of the things that came up the last time we talked was, well, okay, so this is slow. How can we get faster? And I'm just going to, this happened in 2020. So I just want to kind of share with you, Build did a report that looked at, GTA municipalities, and they looked at several things, planning technology advances. They looked at timelines. They looked at municipal fees. And ultimately, Barrie ranked #1 when you took all those things into consideration, against 18 or 19 other municipalities. In no way am I standing before you saying, okay, that's it, my work here is done. It's just, I want you to know that, we have been recognized in terms of all 3 of those approaches. But again, I think all of you know ourselves and the leadership team, we always want to do better. We're also very, very open to new ideas. So we can skip over this slide, but I just wanted to start there. So again, just really tying, there's been so many things that we actually have done in the municipality, not even just under my leadership, but even people that came before me, our Apply, our online permit processing system, which really, quite frankly, I don't know how we would have gone through these last couple of years through COVID if this wasn't as advanced as far as it was. And again, an internal city staff team do all this Apply work. Neighborhood meetings, again, we pull that out of the actual planning process. So that happens before people submit an application. We do a lot, that's an extra step that we do at the City of Barrie to increase that consultation. We do work really, really hard with all of our colleagues to make sure that everybody in the city is aware of the development applications, because development applications, as they move through the process, impact everybody. I mean, even just insofar as the decision that this council made to have a planning committee to actually highlight, and make sure that the planning process could be as effectively through the council process as possible. We have had the opportunity to add a few more team members, and certainly recently as well. So, you council have made those decisions as well to help with that. And even just the fact that we, absolutely jumped on the virtual public meeting bandwagon as soon as kind of COVID hit, where I can absolutely share with you some municipalities were taking a bit more about, let's wait and see approach. And again, we didn't. We were like, okay, let's just try to make this work. Certainly not in a not methodical way, but we absolutely jumped on that. And then we've really done a lot of work on making sure that our annual reporting is clear and concise, and really is telling the story. So, again, this is just a list that I wanted to share with you, but there are, lots more. And again, we're continuing to be open to new ideas as well. Okay, Carl, thanks. I didn't realize these were transitions, so you can just keep pushing so that the text comes up. And so the reality is, and you hear from us all the time, the growth is happening in 2 areas of the city. The built boundary, so kind of for lack of the easiest way to say that is like the former boundary of the city, and then in the secondary plan areas. And I feel like you are all with us in these. So you're in our neighborhood meetings, you're in our public meetings, you're in our council meetings. Both areas have their own complexities. So in the built boundary, we have developments that are trying to integrate into an existing community. And we know the nuances and how important that is to make sure. And that really, kind of front ends a lot of that public and community consultation. And then the reality is that, in those situations, we're dealing with existing infrastructure and, trying to make sure that these new developments can actually be serviced with our existing city infrastructure. And quite frankly, even soil quality in the existing built boundary and the water table, like there's so many technical things that really add to the complexities of developing in the built boundary. And then so we go to the secondary plan areas and we're like, okay, well, nobody lives there. So yet, or very few people live there yet. So again, you're there through our neighborhood meetings and our public meetings. We don't get a lot of neighborhood input at this point. So that's not necessarily the complexity in developing in the secondary plan areas. but the new infrastructure is, and those new infrastructure limitations for sure. The overall coordination of all of the different landowners in those areas, and while they, obviously are very organized from their secondary plan groups, again, there are those complexities to make sure that all the plans line up. And then just, draw your attention to a lot of the green in the secondary plan areas. There's a lot of environmental and natural heritage features that need to be defined through each application. And again, all that stuff takes time. So both areas that the city's experiencing growth in have their own nuances, and you've all heard me say stuff like nothing is easy. There's nothing easy, every single application. So some of the common themes that, I hear, and I'm sure you hear, plans and reports and the quality of plans and reports. That's something that's I hear a lot about, Michelle, why do I need to do this study? Or why don't I need to do that study? Why do I have to look beyond my property? So a lot of back and forth comes in from that perspective, and every plan and report and study and certification that we ask for is because that's our job. That's what we're asked to do, to make sure that as new development goes forward, it either fits in or it's not going to have a detrimental impact. A comment matrix, and this actually does take a bit of time. So we have our public consultation and we hear comments at the neighborhood meeting, or we have comments written in, and every single one of those comments has to be responded to and have to look at. And again, that little bit of back and forth takes some time. Partner agencies, it's not just me standing here before you with a recommendation. You see those staff reports. The partner agencies are, as busy, or if not busier than we are. And again, some of that stuff takes time. And again, it's just a bit of a back and forth. And then the fine details. And, this is the way I describe it. Like, you start with your applications at the land use stage, and, we can all say, okay, yeah, I can get on board. This land use is good at this site. And then we start getting into, well, what does the site plan look like? And what does the subdivision look like? And what does the park look like? And these fine details, as you get closer to the ground, I always say planning starts here and gets closer to the ground. They, again, just take time. And so, I certainly hear about it. I'm sure these are the applications that you hear about. But, rest assured, it takes time for the applicants to respond to those comments. And then it takes time for us to review them. And then it takes time for us to kind of get in front of you. So those I just wanted to share, just some of those complexities. And Carl, you can move to the next slide. And then just sheer volume, like we are in just as I said, over the last couple of years, you were seeing, extreme growth in applications, extreme. And then I just also wanted to point out to you, so much of the planning process is legislative timelines, things that we have to do that we have really no control over, in terms of, we have so many days to look at everything to make it complete. About public notice signs and that sort of thing is legislated. It's legislated that we reply to all comments that we've received and how they impacted our final recommendations. So even in terms of all the stuff that the province talks about in terms of streamlining, cutting the red tape, they don't even look at touching any of these legislative timelines. And then again, obviously just the time to get things in front of council. And the reality is there's only so many nights in the week that we can have neighborhood meetings, that we can have public meetings, those sorts of things. So, as I said, it's just really about kind of just doing a level set here for you. It's not in any way that, we're all kind of in it together, but I just really, as I said, wanted to share with you, that we work really closely with the development industry to the greatest extent that we can to work with their timelines. We've already done a whole bunch of process improvements. And then again, we are in the, I think, fortunate position to have a lot of interest in development in the city. And, that's just some sheer volume that, as I said, is what kind of overall works on the overall pace of development. So that's my presentation. You might need a break after that. I'm not sure, as Craig said.
Oh, thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Banfield? Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Ms. Banfield. From what I take is we're extremely quick of an extremely slow process in the city. Is there any way we could look at, because I think a lot of our challenges are because of the slow growth. Is there ways we can look at something as minor to major and look at the pinch points and all? Because and I understand your department looks, but then every other department in the city gets involved, whether it's legal or transit or operations, and it's an outdoor storage on a piece of property. where it's the same as a whole subdivision development. And, you know, we always talk about red tape and stuff, but we don't help ourselves because we keep adding the layers that, you know, slow down your department, and then you're relying on other departments that have legislation requirements to do, and then look at your development and stuff. Is there ways we could look at one development to the next and look at the pinch points and see if there's something that we as council could reduce to speed up the process? And I'll wait for your answer, and then I have a second question.
Through your Mayor Lehman to Councillor Thompson. So a couple of things. I mean, one of the things actually I didn't mention in the last couple of years, we did actually do what we call like an exemption from full site plan approval. So that's not even actually included in these 274 applications. So that's basically a very scaled down version of site plan. And it really is, when we take a look at it, we'll look at a project and we're like, you know what? No one is going to have like significant comments on this, so we can let this go, but maybe we need a road widening, Councillor Thompson, or maybe we need that's just a good example. I'll leave it there. But sometimes there's a tiny things that we're like, okay, we'll just do a very scaled down version. It's a letter agreement. Legal helped us establish this letter agreement. We don't register it on title. We don't ask for thousands of dollars. Like, so we do have some of those streamlined processes. The other thing that your councils have done, is we do actually even have a lot of delegated approval for at the staff level, which is great. We can issue draft plan conditions. We can most times issue site plan conditions unless it's been bumped up to council. So we actually have a lot of delegated authority, and we are also trying to use committee of adjustment where appropriately in more instances as well. So, and we've had some big projects actually. I wouldn't even say it's tied to the scale of the application, to be very honest, because we've had some big applications move through the process pretty quickly because of their own motivation, whereas we've had some minor stuff that seems to have taken a while just because of you know, kind of the process. So we do a lot of reflection and really do take a look at those pinch points. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Second, you made a comment about we have site plan approval and we get nothing. And this, maybe we can take it off, you know, offline and stuff and speak a little bit further. Could we not, and I know we've discussed about vacancy taxes and stuff like that, but if the infrastructure is there on our end, site plan approval, could we not start a clock to see a shovel in the ground? And at that point, increasing the vacancy tax, like give them a window, you know, if it's our delay due to infrastructure, or, and then create a vacancy tax at that point. Is that something we could look into as a council?
Through your Mayor Lehman to Councillor Thompson, when I said we actually get nothing, it wasn't site plan, the process we get nothing from, which is probably not the best phrase in terms of finances. We're talking about finances, is draft plan approval. So a draft plan approval of a subdivision, you get the planning approval, much like when we issue a zoning approval. Like there are some, we don't actually start getting, you know, development charges until the projects go forward. Every application, with the exception, like draft plan approvals, site plan approvals, are given an expiration date. 100%. So we absolutely could, you know, start taking sometimes. Draft approvals are a perfect example. Like no work has been done and they're like, okay, we just need an extension. Sometimes we get extensions because they just are waiting for a particular detail. So staff have always been, for the most part, relatively accommodating with requests for extensions if people are, you know, really trying to motivate or motivated. But we absolutely could take a even stronger approach and just be like, no, you got a year. And if you don't develop, and you know, that's something that that I could bring back to council for some consideration, because we absolutely could do that. We have done it, you know, recently where, you know, the approval has been in place for a number of years, and you know, but every time an approval even goes for an extension, you know, we have the opportunity to either revise conditions or that sort of thing. But we absolutely, and I probably the best thing for something like that would be for me to report back to council on, you know, you'd have a number of applications that are already out and not built, and you'd have a better understanding of the impacts of that type of a decision.
Perfect. And sorry, it was my apology. I misspoke there. I didn't mean to say it's zone approval.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I'll keep a speakers list. Councillor Raywin, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I kind of wanted to touch on a similar area of what we were just talking about. So when you talked about in your presentation, looking at those different phases and when we start seeing money coming in, you talked about making that stronger, tying it to registration, for example, and we could even make it more stringent than that if we'd like. Can you flesh that out a bit and talk about what that would look like in terms of which phases and how that money would come in?
Absolutely. So, I mean, really what it is, something that we've talked to our finance team about, and really what it is would be tying future phases, not only to registration. So as I said, we're talking now, right now the policy regime is draft approval. So tying future phases to registration, but even going further and saying, not only does your future phase have to have registration, we're actually looking for registrations back here, back in the first phases. So that is something that that we have, obviously we consulted on the official plan with that the registration trigger. But since we've done that consultation, we've now had some more information about the long range financial plan, and we've had further discussions with our colleagues in finance about what even something more restrictive and what it would most likely look like would be, as I said, yes, we want this new phase to have registration, but we're also looking for some registrations back here. Again, that's not going to change anybody that has an existing approval. It would just be kind of going forward. So kind of like a two-tiered test, I guess, if you will. And then we always do have language in the policy say, or at some other position that the city's satisfied with. So if it was like at 58% or, there definitely would be some flexibility there, but that's kind of what we're talking about or what our colleagues in finance were suggesting when they're saying even more restrictive.
Okay, that's great. So in terms of direction from council, you mentioned, we're wanting to report back on what Councillor Thompson was talking about, and I guess too on this piece as well. So are you looking for, would you need specific direction on that from us today? Is that?
So in terms of, sorry, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin. So in terms of the long range financial plan and having more increased spacing, that's actually one of the recommendations that's already in the report from finance. So that's good direction. If you wanted to have a report back on extensions, because as I said, that is a pretty complex, well, it's not complex, but there's complexities to it that I'd really would want council. Probably, I think a recommendation to look into that would be appropriate.
Okay, that's great. I'm very interested in that. Thank you.
Me too. Thanks, Councillor Owen. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you through you, Mayor Lehman, to staff. And I'll say that just in case Ms. Banfield, some of this might touch Mr. Miller. So I'm looking at slide 10. And while we're talking a bit about making decisions, ideally today at General Committee, I'm looking at those 5 recommendations around strategies. The last 3 that talk about, development charge background study, looking at revising the phasing requirements for the OP, for the Salem and Hewitts, and then the requiring traditional front-ending agreements or credit agreements with longer payback periods for any capital works in phases 2 and 3. How interdependent are those 3? So does the DC charge need to happen first? Are they actually connected, or are these all strategies we can move forward separately in their own timing or impact, or do they have a relationship about one enabling the other?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. So I can talk about bullets 4 and 5. So as I said, bullet 4 in terms of revising the phasing, as I said, that's something that we've already started taking a look at from development services in the OP, and then we'll get some direction to even give council some further. And then really the traditional front ending ties into, and Craig, you can jump in here. It ties into kind of the way the phase 1 of Salem is set up and the memorandum of understanding and when we would require payback. And so I think because we don't have a memorandum of understanding going forward for any future stuff, it would just be kind of like if we want to enter into traditional front ending for infrastructure, we would just want it to be more of a traditional payback scheme than kind of the way we've established it for phase 1. And then development charges, Craig.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So they're related, but almost separate. So really the development charge background study looks at your infrastructure needs out to 2041. I think now we can go beyond per service level. So it's work that, as I say, we do every 5 years. We're gonna, based on Watson's recommendation, do it 1 year earlier in 2023 to capture the costs. And that will incorporate what do we need to support the growth that's coming forward, and it'll adjust the timing. So it's sort of a separate, related, but a separate kind of piece to it.
And thank you. My impression was that the policies that would flow out of the work activity could move forward without necessarily being contingent on the other. My other question is more around my thinking of all the boundary development that is forecasted to happen. So I'm thinking about Springwater. I'm thinking a bit about Penetangwishing Road. I'm thinking a bit about Innisfil up to the boundary areas. So maybe it doesn't fit into the recommended strategies here, but I guess I look at costs or pressures on staff tied to development. At a later date, could that picture come back if relevant around what is the impact on our work pressure, be it staff time or future resourcing or infrastructure that we might actually be impacted by while we're not necessarily planning for it in our capital so I'm making a lot of assumptions, but I'm not seeing, I see the consideration of some of these developments maybe needing to tie into our infrastructure further down the line, and or as they go through the planning, how do they tap into our city resources, both from a staff evaluation around impact, and then how does that get appreciated in potential capital impacts if there becomes a dependency on the city to service some of that development?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungal, I'll speak a bit, and then Belle, I don't know whether you want to chime in too. So certainly the cross-border servicing requests are something that my group and Kelly's group work really, because we get them. The staff's perspective has always been, wanting to make sure that the asking municipality is aware, and they want to, kind of ask us, and then really ultimately staff don't want to spend too much, put too much effort into it until we bring it back to council and say, is this something, and we saw that it was predates my time and your time, but with Tollendale, where you get everybody on board to make sure, and then ultimately the plan would be to to basically charge for our review, as we would normally do for city review of things, and then again we have to also assess if we actually have the capacity. So Bal, I don't know if you want to add anything more to that.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungal. Yes, such requests for servicing definitely require more resources from staff, and that can be extensive. When we assess such requests, we have to look at the capital needs, the operational needs, including how much capacity exists. So there's extensive technical and financial reviews that need to take place, depending obviously on the size and location of the request coming in. But yes, the short answer is it will require significant staffing and financial resources to assess such requests.
Follow up. So if we're not invited to the table, so hypothetical, around evaluating the impact, but we end up there around, do we recover staff time financially from bordering municipalities where we might be impacted around doing a lot of the analysis of review? And I guess I would say, considering the climate of MZOs, are there potential risk scenarios that we're seeing where an MZO might move a development without necessarily our support, but we acknowledge that there could be impact? And so do we still build out a potential capital risk impact because we can potentially see it happening and we're preparing for that? Or is that just a risk situation where if we need to get pulled to the table around servicing in the future, we deal with it at that time?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungal, we don't necessarily prepare for it unless we know of specific examples. Having said that, anytime we address a request such as that, it typically requires an agreement between usually the host municipality and the city. And as part of those agreements, we do look to recover all our costs. And those would be all of the short-term costs and the long-term costs that would be typically involved in operating these systems for the long term.
Thank you.
Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, sorry. Surprisingly, Councillor Thompson had a really great question. And I maybe just want to add on to that. If we were to put a tax on developers, if they didn't develop within a 2-year window, do you think that would actually change or speed up their development?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, I would defer to Mr. Miller if we can actually do a tax. I mean, I think we can all probably spend, it's hard to understand everybody's motivations for timing. But.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I'm not aware of the ability to put a tax on, but this is sort of a policy conversation that there are some things that are in place to try and encourage development. And one of the ones is actually a complaint that we sometimes get is on development charge demolition credits, for example, that's in the DC Act. It's if you knock down a building and you don't build within 5 years, the credits expire. It means you have to pay the full DCs. So it's incentives like that, or to try and encourage development is really the mechanisms you have to use and policy planning.
Yeah, maybe a little follow up. Yeah, I think it's a great idea to obviously incentivize, but obviously a big reason why a lot of developers do this is just to help sell their properties. That is really the reason why they go through all the red tape. They maybe have an administration, talent, and then they want to give a product that's gone through all the red tape. That is really the issue, right? It's not because of extra fees that may or may not be given in the future. Or am I off? Am I thinking?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, it's my understanding that property values do increase with an approval on a property.
Thank you.
Councillor Riepma, then I think we should move along to try to make some decisions and affect our capital plan. Go ahead, Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our planning process is largely mandated by the province. We don't have that much flexibility, but is there a way, and I think I'm picking up from Councillor McCann, we have passed a lot of zoning bylaws and then the property sits there and nothing happens. Is there a way that we could change our approach and use a temporary zoning or something along those lines that we could make sure that, we give the permission that, and at the same time get them to move forward with a building permit? I guess a related question is, one of the things that happens is sometimes we issue a building permit and the building gets going a little bit and then it lags and just lasts forever and never gets finished or takes an awful long time. Is there a way that we can have some sort of policy that encourages people to finish their buildings?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Riepma, Council probably will have seen recently some of the bigger projects have come through with zoning approvals with holds on them, and the holds are tied to site plan and moving through the process. And I know that holds do impact because obviously the zoning is underlying, but they actually can't do it until they do certain criteria. And most often are site plan, and then we often say and site plan that looks similar to this. So staff have been doing that. I'm not really sure. The temporary use bylaw obviously would be applicable for 3 years and then would be possibly to be renewed. I'm not quite sure if that ultimately gets us to our final goal, which is actually to get the properties developed. So the hold might be a bit better of a tool, but we absolutely have been using those more recently. And I really can't comment on the building permit. It's my understanding once you get a permit issued, you have so much time to start your permit, but I don't believe there's a limit. Part of site plan approval, we do ask for a construction management plan that talks about kind of how long it's going to take and how you're going to manage your vehicles and those sorts of things. And so we have an idea of those timelines, at around site plan, but I don't believe there's a time limit on how long it takes to complete a building permit.
Just to follow up though, that was my only question as well, was site, we don't currently, sorry, site plans are 3 years approval and then you're going to come back?
Site plan Mayor Lehman, site plan conditions are actually good for a year, and then
1
you're
year.
supposed to, at that point, get your agreement registered and start your building. Draft plan approvals are good for 3 years, and then site plan conditions are good for a
Of
year.
course.
And the
Yeah, so
idea is
draft
that-
plan, a subdivision, you get 3 years, then you got to come back and get it renewed if you're not, if you
Correct.
haven't built, which is what happened on Pringle and a few others. But the site plan the site plan conditions, if they are not fulfilled within 1 year, what happens?
Mayor Lehman, people are also able to ask for extensions on that 1 year period.
Okay, and do we ever make the commencement of construction within a certain timeline a condition of site plan approval?
I don't believe we do, Mayor Lehman.
Can we?
I can absolutely look into that and see.
I'm not sure we
respond
should,
back, yeah.
but I think Claire's onto something. And if, following from Councillor McCann's question as well, if there isn't a negative incentive, at the very least, it might help with the bait and switch problem, which is endemic across Ontario, especially right now, where somebody rezones the land, gets the higher value, flips the project, they never had any intention of building it. And we've certainly seen that here in City of Barrie. Now that's zoning, that's not site plan. So somebody who goes to the level of site plan typically is likely to proceed, but I am aware of projects that have been sold after site plan. There's a very prominent one downtown. So, okay, thanks for that. Any other questions on this section of the presentation? Okay, members of General Committee, thank you very much, Ms. Banfield. And never be afraid to show that slide that says we're #1 in the GTA. I know we often receive complaints from people building projects, whether they're large developers or single businesses, about some aspect of that process. But the fact is, the industry itself, the business community of building, ranked us #1, which is pretty good. Okay, my suggestion, members of General Committee, is that we proceed with the last part of the presentation, which is the specific recommendations on the capital plan. Then we can take a 10-minute recess if you want, or we can just launch into discussing it. But this is the sort of meat and potatoes of what we wanted to do this morning. So is that all right with everyone? We'll proceed with the, okay. Bella?
Thanks, Don. Good morning, Mayor Lehman and members of General Committee. Over the next few minutes, Ms. McAlpine and I will present the deferral options to the city's capital plans that we have considered over the last 2 weeks, since council requested us to develop a list of projects that could be deferred. I will cover the infrastructure projects, and Ms. McAlpine will cover the facilities projects. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, the previous. To start off, I want to point out that every year the 10-year capital plan is revised compared to the previous year based on asset renewal needs, servicing needs, and the prevailing financial conditions. As such, we review on an annual basis to assess our growth needs, renewal priorities, and any specific priorities or directions that are provided by council. This would definitely apply to the 2022 capital plan, which was shared with council a few days ago. The draft 2022 capital plan had already deferred many projects based on the factors that I had just mentioned. So to develop a further list of projects to be deferred, we started with the draft 2022 capital plan to come up with which projects could be deferred further. This slide summarizes the number of projects that we reviewed. In total, we looked at 25 projects with a combined value of 746 million, made up of about 358 million in infrastructure and about 388 million in facilities projects. Slide. Following our review of these total projects valued at 746 million, the proposed deferral plan, which we will get into over the next few slides, differs about, if adopted, will defer about 170 million past 2029 and an additional 95 million past 2031, which gives a total deferral of 265 million from the draft 2022 capital plan that was presented in the binders to members of council a few days ago. I'll now spend a few minutes talking about the deferrals related to the infrastructure projects. In selecting our projects, we focused on large projects in the secondary plan areas, namely the Hewitt and Salem secondary plan areas. We wanted to make sure in selecting our projects that none of the developments identified in phase 1 of the new draft official plan would be affected. The projects that we've come up with comprise of road widenings, water mains, and sewer projects. The combined value of the projects that would be deferred would be 358 million, as I had mentioned. But keeping in mind that these projects typically span over 5 to 7 years, the end result is that we would propose to defer 170 million from the 10-year capital plan, and about 67 million of that is before 2029. And that's the picture with respect to infrastructure. Slide, please. The deferral of these projects does come with impacts, and we just wanted to point those out. Even though these roads are in the secondary plan areas, in addition to servicing growth, they also alleviate traffic congestion, especially in the south end of Barrie. These projects also incorporate active transportation features and also address certain existing safety deficiencies. As such, if these projects are deferred, then any relief to traffic congestion or active transportation features would also be deferred with these projects. With some of these roads that we are proposing to, road projects that we are proposing to defer, the pavement conditions on these roads will worsen. So if we defer these road projects, then we estimate that we would need about $6.8 million to address existing pavement and safety deficiencies that we had planned to address during the implementation of these projects. With the water and wastewater projects, the deferral would mean that the transmission and storage infrastructure would be deficient to service future growth, especially if growth accelerates. With most of these projects, we'll be okay until 2031. However, if growth starts to accelerate and we look like we will meet the previous projections, then the infrastructure would be deficient and we'd be in a position where we would either have to accelerate these projects back into the capital plan or maybe put some development on hold. So that would be the impact of deferring the water and wastewater projects. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the 11 infrastructure projects that we are proposing for your consideration. These are all in the secondary plan areas. And when you factor in the 6.8 million that we would need for holding strategies for some of these roads that we are deferring, that would leave a total of 162 million that could be deferred past 2031. So that summarizes the deferral projects for infrastructure projects. And now I will hand it over to Ms. McAlpine to present the information on the deferral of the facilities projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Next slide, please, Carl. So Hewitt's Community Center and Library and the Salem Community Center and Library are two of the largest projects in the 10-year capital plan. Technically, they represent 4 projects since the libraries are separate from the community centers in the project listing. The values of those projects are 116 million and 104 million respectively. To address the delays in the timing of growth in the Hewitts and Salem lands and the city's financial constraints as a result, as part of the 2019 business planning process, capital prioritization, the timing for both facilities was deferred already. And then given our current financial condition as part of the 2022 capital plan, staff have already proposed a further 51.25 million in deferrals for the Hewitt's Community Center and Library projects by phasing the projects. So some of you may recall in 2019, we were asked when we deferred those projects, we were asked about how we could actually move forward. Phasing was an option that we explored. So the Salem Community Center and Library project, they could be deferred and phased in a similar fashion to Hewitt's. And there are a number of facility projects that I'll be reviewing in the next few slides to provide some additional context regarding the timing and whether staff believe there is the potential for deferrals or other adjustments. It's important to note that the scenarios presented for deferrals or other adjustments don't reflect any escalation in construction costs that may occur during the period of deferral. They're simply a shifting of the project. So next slide, please, Carl. So the Hewitt's Community Center and Library, and I recognize that the development community has suggested that this is something that could be deferred post 2031. As noted previously, it's a $116 million project to balance the slower growth and the DC funding availability with providing some recreational opportunities for current and recently constructed area residents. Staff have recommended phasing of this project as part of the 2022 capital plan. The proposed phasing identifies land acquisition in 2023, site grading and servicing for the entire project, complete build out, as well as the construction of the sports fields, play courts, and playgrounds in 2024, and the construction of the center itself with the ice pads, gymnasiums, swim, all, and the library over the 2025 and 2026 years. Further deferrals are not recommended at this time due to several factors. Some of them are highlighted on the slide. The impact of further delays on the extremely high utilization rates of the existing facilities, the conflict that would be created with the planned Allendale Recreation Center rebuild and renovation, and the limited ability to further defer the Allendale work. Added to the concern is a pending decision from Innisfil related to the repurposing of the Stroud Arena, which has about 35% of its utilization from non-Innisfil residents, and a large portion of those from Barrie. The 2017 Monteith Brown Planning Consultant Update on Parks and Recreation Growth Strategy identified that the winter core hours for ice were at 88 to 94% of the available hours, depending on day of the week. The city was deficient in aquatic space. Fitness centers were at capacity and gymnasiums at 70% of capacity and expected to be deficient in available hours in 2021. That high utilization level has not dropped in the 4 years since the report, except for when we've been closed by COVID. In terms of library space, the library has previously presented regarding comparator communities and Barrie being well below in terms of the number of library branches that are available to the residents. That's been, I think they've identified at least 5 in the current would be a comparator. Next slide, please. The Allendale Recreation Center renovation and expansion, which is tied in terms of timing to the Hewitts Community Center, is a project that's close to $35 million, with the most significant portion of the construction planned for 2028 and 2029. Staff believe it would be possible to shift the timing of the expenditures to have the largest portion, just under 20 million, occur in 2029 versus the originally projected 2028. That doesn't shift the timing of the project overall, just when the expenditures would be occurred. As I noted earlier, this project has been carefully timed to ensure that the Hewitts Community Center and Library is complete before Allendale is taken offline for a major rebuild. There would be an incredible impact on the entire community from the loss of available ice, swim, fitness, gym, senior space if Hewitts is not completed in advance of this rebuild. The building is currently 38 years old. Deferring Hewitts to 2031 plus, as suggested by the development community, would mean that Allendale would not be reconstructed until it's at least 50 years old. Further deferrals of this project are not recommended due to the age of the building and the high level of utilization. The Salem Community Center is our next slide. And it's a $104 million project. Staff have identified the option of both a deferral and a phasing of the project similar to the Hewitts Community Center and Library. The deferral of the acquisition of the lands until 2028 instead of 2026 is an option, with the sports fields, the courts, and playground construction to take place in 2029, as well as the site servicing. This would result in the construction of the center itself, with the library occurring in 2030 and 2031. This would achieve a $70.5 million deferral post 2029. There is a concern though that land acquisition costs will be significantly higher. The lands are not currently serviced, and once serviced, the value the development community will be seeking in compensation for those lands will be much higher. Yesterday, I'm pleased to announce the lease of the Holly Branch Library was executed. This leased library space is much smaller than what was identified as currently required to service the existing and future residents. It is possible that extending the timing of construction will require an expansion of the branch during that deferral period. As it's in a plaza location, there is that possibility. We have not explored it at this particular time, but it is a possibility. Next slide, please. Another project that we've looked at is the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services Campus, which is the phase 2 component. When it was originally planned, the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services Campus was intended to have a training building, otherwise referred to as Building B, constructed at the same time as the main building, Building A, and the garage, Building C. The training building was intended to house both classroom space as well as a firearms training range for Barrie Police Service. As well, it was to serve as a training facility for Barrie Fire and Emergency Service with a burn tower for live fire training. Council proceeded with the police and county paramedic headquarters and the garage and directed that the training center building be deferred until 2027. Due to the current deferral, 79 Bell Farm has been retained to provide some training space for BPS, and a temporary fire training center has been constructed on leased property on Saunders Road. There is the potential to defer this project, and it's over $29 million in cost to post 2029. It does not come without impacts though. BPS are concerned about the ability to maintain legislated training standards, members of the force being serviced in inadequate facilities, and the operational impacts and costs associated with the large distance between their headquarters and the training unit at 79 Bell Farm. They've cited a lack of properly designed classroom space at 110 Fairview. They have a community room, but it was not intended as a classroom. That was all intended to be housed in Building B, as well as increased travel time, fuel costs, and loss of officer patrol time from the training being at a separate site. The force's provincially required adequacy standards related to firearms training and requalification is currently achieved through rental of space at the Barrie and District Hunters and Anglers Conservation Club in Midhurst. This requires them to travel outside of the city limits a small distance for that training. There is a concern that the rental agreement with the Hunters and Anglers Conservation Club could be canceled at any time, and that there is no current other local range available to them. Barrie Fire and Emergency Service was approved for a temporary training facility that's located on in-power property that was made available through a month-to-month lease. As it was designed as a relatively low-cost temporary solution, it's constructed out of containers or sea cans and could be moved. A potential location for this is at 29 Spurling, the former police station. And then as a last point, as the 79 Bell Farm site was not originally planned to be retained, renewal work on the building has had to be undertaken in the recent years and will be required for the duration of any period of time it's in use. So summarizes that one. Now let's move to the next one. The Fisher Performing Arts Center. This is a $26 million project as currently identified in the capital plan, with funding from the Reinvestment Reserve and the Theatre Reserve, grants and fundraising as identified as its sources. Based on the current status of the Performing Arts Task Force work, the 2022 capital plan proposes to defer completion until 2028, with the opening occurring in mid-2028 or early 2029. The current task force vision, however, for the center is significantly broader than the previously envisioned facility. It includes a 900-seat theater, a second 350-seat theater, and 5,000 square feet in multi-purpose room. The broader vision is expected to come with additional costs. Staff estimate that the current vision of the task force would result in a project with costs over $55 million. The Fisher Performing Arts Center has not been proposed for any further deferral post-2029 due to the impact on the performing arts community and the city, and the resulting impact on the community as well that benefits from live theater and performances. Currently, the only theater that's available for use is the 5 Points Theater presented by Pratt Homes and Pratt Development. It has a capacity of 120 to 200 seats, depending on the configuration. An intake forum has been included in the 2022 business plan, identifying short-term capital works and operating costs to reinstate the Georgian Theatre until Fisher is completed. The longer-term renewal work that would be required to maintain it to allow for for Fisher to occur post-2029 have not been included in the capital plan or the intake forum. It's important to note that members of council, the task force members, and staff have spent hundreds of hours of time on the Fisher Performing Arts Center, and further delays would likely require this work to be redone closer to the timeline of construction. Next slide. The secondary plan area municipal campus. This is another project that the development community has identified for to defer post 2031. As part of the 2020 budget realignment, the waste transfer station and operations satellite yard were separated out of this project and now are associated with the operations center master plan that has been approved. The secondary plan area municipal campus is now about an approximately $10 million project for the acquisition of approximately 10 acres of land and the site development for sports fields and play courts in the 10-year capital plan. A separate project has been included outside of the 10-year capital plan to construct the permanent Fire Station 5 at the location. The current Fire Station 5, as you're aware, is a leased facility. There is the potential to defer the land acquisition and sports field site development from 2025 and 2026 to 2027 for the land acquisition and 2030 for the site development and the sports fields play court construction. There is limited land available to address the community's recreation needs within the secondary plan areas. As evidenced during the pandemic, there's a strong correlation between outdoor recreation space and community well-being. An additional impact of deferring the project is that land acquisition prices are expected to escalate significantly as the secondary plan area lands become serviced. So those are just risks that have been identified associated with this. The next project that we have on the list is the Dorian Parker renovation and rebuild. This is a smaller project with a budget of about $3.7 million. Staff have included as a project in the 2022 capital plan to build exterior washrooms. If this project is approved, it would allow for further deferral of the center rebuild and renovations. Staff have included the potential to defer the start of the project from 2023 to 2027. We have not extended it beyond that, and there is a risk that the AODA, Integrated Accessibility Standards Regulation, that requires provincial and municipal governments to work with the community and the and private and public sectors to work towards ensuring that Ontario is fully accessible by 2025, will require us to undertake some renovation of the building in the deferral period to meet the AODA legislation. But those are relatively small impacts at this point in time. So the next project is identified in the capital plan as Barry Molson Center, now known as the Sadlin Arena, new event staging and show curtain. So a total of $400,000 was included in the 2023 capital plan for the expansion of the staging and the show curtains at the Sadlin Arena. Staff were able to acquire a smaller stage components and a curtain to expand opportunities for performances using half of the Sadlin Arena. This was completed to address some of the dance and concert user needs and increase rental revenues for the facility. The larger stage components and show curtain would expand rental opportunities for performances at the Sadlin Arena. However, these two projects could be deferred until 2030. And then next slide. As you'll see on this slide, a number of other projects were reviewed as potential deferral options. For a variety of reasons, these projects are not recommended for deferrals. The Operations Center Master Plan, as I mentioned earlier, the contract has been awarded and work is underway with a validation report to be presented to General Committee in 2022. The transit garage expansion that's identified for 2026, our ISIP grant requires that the funding be spent by 2027. The solar PV panels have been included in the budget as we believe they're required for us to achieve net zero and address an action in the climate change mitigation strategy. The revenues that are achieved from the panels offset operating costs that are expected to be generated. I mentioned earlier 79 Bell Farm Road and the facility there. This facility is housing the training unit for Barrie Police Service, and it was originally anticipated to be located in Building B at 110 Fairview. Building B was deferred, and during the deferral, at the time, the city did not put additional dollars into 79 Bell Farm Road, so renewal work is required to ensure that BPS can continue to use the facility. Fire Station 6 was also looked at. The land acquisition for this was previously approved, and we're awaiting the draft plan of subdivision to allow for us to purchase the parcel. To ensure timely fire response, given the distance to the furthest developed homes in the area, Station 6 should be open by 2024, based on our review of the timing of the units that are expected to come on board. There were also a number of asset renewal projects that were not identified for deferral, given the analysis of the probability and consequence of failure. Failure of these assets is deemed a risk and an impact to the community from their failure. The cost of emergency repairs was deemed too substantial, as well as the downtime that would result from those particular asset projects. And we would be remiss if we didn't note that there are currently a number of projects that have been discussed over the years that are not included in the 10-year capital plan. Staff felt it would be prudent to identify a few examples. So no funds have been included in the 10-year capital plan for the permanent market, the Sea Cadet relocation and redevelopment, the Sadlin Arena expansion, or future addition to City Hall that will be required post 2031. Also not included in the city's capital or financial planning are requests that have not yet been received from organizations, but may be pending. Examples include the potential funding request from RVH, Georgian College, and the YMCA. And at this point, Mr. Miller will do a summary, will provide a summary of the impact of the options that have been identified for deferral and on the tax capital reserve and development charge reserve levels.
Thank you, Ms. McAlpine. I'll just go quickly through these slides because I know I'm sure you have lots of questions. Just a reminder that each year the city staff and council does do a lot of work on the 10-year capital plan, which we've kind of discussed previously. If we just go to the next slide. If we just quickly look, if we were to move the recommendations that staff have brought forward, so from the development charge reserve, it has a $130 million impact. So you can see kind of currently what we've proposed in the plan, what it looks like is the top request. And then if we defer the work, you can see great improvements happen beginning 27th, 28th, and 29. Again, just caveat that a lot can change, a lot can happen, but based on what was in the long-term financial plan, which included this works, there would be some substantial improvements in the outer years. And if you just go to the next slide, and the tax capital, because a lot of the work being proposed is growth related, there's a smaller share that impacts the tax capital reserve. I believe it's roughly $30 to $40 million. And it certainly helps. And you can see that again in 2028 and 2029 from what it was before, where it's overcommitted. And then of course it gets us into a nice positive number. I would say that those numbers would probably tie into our target that's in our financial plan by 2029. And I believe next slide, that's it.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Miller. I think what I'd like to do here is get Bala back up and we'll do questions on the infrastructure projects. Then we get Don up, do questions on the facilities projects, and then questions on the dollar implications for Mr. Miller. So Bala, first of all, questions for Bala, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Mr. Rania Sundrin, for your presentation. Appreciate it. My question, first I have a broad question about the infrastructure projects. Have any of these, none of these projects have reached any sort of design phase at this point, have they?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin, most of these projects are supposed to start in 2025 or after. There are a couple of exceptions, the one being the Mackay interchange. We are at 60% design, but construction was always anticipated post 2025. So we were going to, put the project on hold at 60% design and then pick it up again at the time of construction. So with the exception of that project, very little work's been done on any of these projects.
Okay, so focusing in on the five at the top of the list, the right-of-way expansions, is there an opportunity for us to rethink these projects from the sense of not expanding lanes of vehicular traffic, which may reduce the need for property acquisition, and also may have positive impacts on our active transportation targets and our climate targets. And we know with induced demand, building more lanes can actually just result in more traffic. So is there an opportunity here with these right-of-way expansions to rethink and save costs through a lower level of property acquisition?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin. Yes, that opportunity does exist. However, if we were to split the project into two phases, one that addresses some immediate requirements and one that addresses the future growth, then there are some inefficiencies. One of the reasons why these projects were placed where they are is we were able to combine the asset renewal needs with the growth requirements. If we were to undertake the project in phases, then there would be inefficiencies and additional costs of not being able to do the work at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And so those projections, I presume, in terms of accommodating future growth and vehicular traffic, they're based on the transportation master plan projections?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Avon, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I probably need to think about this a bit more, but I think there may be an opportunity here for us to think about the way that our infrastructure and how we build it can shift behavior and shift the modal split away from vehicular traffic to other forms like active transportation and transit. So I'm going to take that away and think about it a bit, but I think there's a good opportunity there for us to not only reduce costs in our capital plan, but achieve other strategic priorities that we have.
Councillor Owen, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Could you go into for project, sorry, I'm just gonna tell you the slide number. It is 24, slide 24. I'm looking at EN 1354, and some of the other ones are somewhat related to this. Lockhart Road right-of-way expansion from Huronia to Young Street. So you, Bala, your answer to Councillor Alwyn's question was we can do kind of a deferral short-term and a more deferral long-term, maybe break it up into two chunks. I would just from this chart, I would have concerns on delaying EN 1354 because this would be repeating the consistent growth mistakes we've been making in the South Barrie as early as the mid 2000s, which is we had 12,000 homes. We had multiplied by 3.5-ish. We had that many more residents, and then we get to Mapleview and the arterial road supporting it a decade later. Now, I don't bring that up to point fingers. I bring that up as a let's learn from the past. And we have been learning from the past in terms of putting critical road infrastructure. Now, the deferral of EN 1354, we've already approved the Site 1 lands in that southeast quadrant to the point where some of the roads were registered a couple months ago by the landowners. So do you have concerns that deferring EN 1354 would be repeating the mistakes that we made in the early 2000s in terms of not building our road capacity for homes that not only are we expecting to come on the grid, but we are basically either done site plan approval or already or close to?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, the right-of-way widening is required when the growth happens. It's the timing that, there's some uncertainty around. So I think depending on the pace of growth, what we would do is we would advance these projects if the pace of growth was to, all of a sudden accelerate. But based on current projections, we feel that these projects could be deferred with the caveat that, we should spend that $6.8 million to address some existing deficiencies and some existing pavement conditions.
That's a great answer. So how are we able to adjust that deferral quickly? So for example, let's stay on for the purpose of my question, let's stay on EN 1354. Let's say staff is coming and saying, okay, we expect it to be a little bit delayed. They're registering the streets, but we don't see a sales office yet. We don't see foundations being poured. So let's just move it. I'm going to make up a number. Let's move it 3 years from what it was last year. Okay, great. And then all of a sudden, Ms. Banfield's office is getting all these emails and everything's coming in and we start to see movement. Or they further slow it down and now they need one, and it's now prudent to do one more year of a deferral. Is staff able to respond to that quickly? Because these are moving goalposts is what I don't want to delay them too much. Critical road infrastructure. One thing is rec centers. That's a little bit easier, but are we able to delay them as the industry responds, or is this more of a slow moving process where we delay them for a number of years and then we say, hopefully we timed it right?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. So currently that particular project starts in 2027 and would be completed somewhere in the 2031 timeframe. So because of that timing and because of what we've all said, every year as the capital plan is developed, we have an opportunity to make changes. So I would say as a minimum, you can make changes every 12 months if the conditions, be they financial or growth projections change, you are able to make changes every 12 months.
Okay, perfect. Based on that answer, this grid is very prudent. Thank you for your feedback.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Other questions for Bala? Claire?
And this may be as much for Bala as it is for Mr. Miller. When I look at the operating plan that you've got for us, and on page 51, which shows our debt level and how you project it in that little graph, it shows that by 2025, we're going to be our debt is going to be $451 million. But if I look at the long range financial plan in 2025, that same year, they're projecting 580 million in debt. And I want to know whether I'm comparing apples with apples. Are those two numbers the same? And is your work already in our capital plan $130 million less than what Mr. Scanlon predicted? Or am I not comparing apples to apples?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, great question. So it's not a complete apple to apple comparison. And what I mean by that, each year when we go through the budget, we present to you a forecast, and we'll focus on development charges, and we get information from the Salem Group landowners. We get information from planning and what activities happening in the built boundary. And then we blow out, so to speak, the next 5 years. What do we think's going to happen? And if you back up in time, if you were to look at each one of the presentations we've done on the budget every year, we've kind of highlighted going forward, it looks like we got an issue with development charge revenues coming in. And we've pointing out that reason. And we've said before that if the development charges don't materialize, we will have to add more debt. So what we've been doing, and in this particular 2022 capital plan, we've added $900 million of new debt, which is adding to the total that we have. That still keeps us within our limits. It won't put us offside. What Watson's done on the long-range financial plan is they've more or less taken a point in time and said, okay, here's where you are. Here's all the information that we have. Here's the spending that you say you're going to spend on these years. And based on that, when I look at your spending and I look at your revenues, you don't have enough, so we're going to add more debt. So in the budgeting process, we push things out more we have more runway to spread it out than how they do the financial plan. They weren't changing timing of spending. They were just taking strictly the information that we had. And that's why they came up with the numbers that they had. The quantum or the trajectory is what's accurate. We're going to go up on debt on DCs. That's a given. It's just that we have an opportunity now to control the quantum that we go up to, or the slope of the line. Watson's model, it goes up pretty quick. And I think that's where I want to reemphasize each year, every 12 months, as Bala was saying, we do adjust. One of the challenges is just remember on these capital projects, is the catalyst is when they go to construction, you can't really turn back anymore. When we sign those development agreements, the D projects we're committing, you can't turn back anymore. And that's where we're discussing really about moving these things to allow a little more space cushion between those debt levels. So I hope that answers it. It's not a true apples to apples comparison.
All right. If it's not perfect, the difference is $130 million. And I know that the reason we're here this morning is to kind of cut 300 if we can. So how much of that 130 difference is real, if you will? Or how much are we, how much of that 300 that we're, looking to cut today is already in that 130? Do I make myself clear?
So through you, Mayor Lehman. So what I would say is in total, I believe the first 10 years in the Watson plan, they have, I think it's around $500 million of development charge related debt. You can assume that moving 130 million, it wouldn't be 500 million. It would be less than that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Miller. Councillor Harvey, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. First, I want to congratulate staff. It seems like a lot of work's been done in a short period of time to potentially find some significant savings. I do have a few questions about the same slide that Councillor Morales was speaking about, with any impacts that it could potentially have moving forward for phase 2 and phase 3 in the annex lands. More predominantly, especially on my side, I'm looking at project EN 1222, the Salem water main trunk between Veterans and Saunders. By delaying that, obviously it's a significant chunk of change here at almost 24 million. Is there any potential impacts in slowing phases 2 and 3 down as a result of that? Because I know right now what's being built forward is a temporary pumping solution that will then use the Mapleview line. That was targeted to only be a 7-year period. What impacts, if any, will it have on that temporary pumping station and also to phase 2 and phase 3 and I guess phase 4 way down the road?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. The proposed deferrals will not have an impact on the developments that would be serviced by the temporary pump station. Definitely not phase 1. I think there could be impacts to phase 2 and the subsequent phases. But again, these projects, they are slated to start at 2025 and beyond. So if the pace of development were to pick up, there would be an opportunity to move them up and mitigate that impact. But in terms of the specific developments that would be serviced by that temporary pump station and force main, none of these deferrals would have an impact to those.
And just a follow up, if I could, Mayor Lehman. So even let's say worst case scenario, if this temporary pumping station had to be utilized longer than 7 years, would that have any impact on the pumping station, or is this pumping station designed in such a fashion that it could last, let's say 15 or 20 years? Because I know it is just temporary. So I don't know, I don't know enough about it. Is there a different design element to it because it's meant to be temporary? Or is it designed no different than any other pumping station? So it's designed to last decades.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. The word temporary only refers to the fact that we're only planning to use it for 5 to 10 years. In terms of design standards, we haven't taken any shortcuts. Obviously, capacity-wise, it wouldn't have sufficient capacity beyond the 10 years. But again, I think those projects that would replace the temporary pump station and force main are still in the capital plan. Those have not been deferred. And, subject to funding and council approval, those projects are still in the capital plan and will proceed. So it shouldn't have any impact on that. But if the temporary pump station had to be in operation for a longer time, there should be no issues with that.
Great, thank you.
Just on that issue, Councillor Riepma?
Yes. All of these projects, if we defer them now, but all of a sudden building ramps up, we can move them forward, right? the question that I have for you is, part of your recommendation is to look at having the developers fund these projects more upfront. Is that an option with all of these, that we could also ask the developers to enter into a cost sharing agreement?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Riedma. I will start off and Mr. Miller can supplement my answer. Absolutely. I think with any projects that are out there, that is an option. The one thing to keep in mind is front-ending a particular project that doesn't necessarily address all of the other infrastructure requirements that may also be needed. So that's something to keep in mind, but that option is open for a lot of these projects.
Just a follow-up. In the letter from Jones Consulting, which I'm sure you saw, at the very bottom, he says he could find another 100 million. Have you talked to Ray Dumel about that as well? Do you know what projects he's thinking about there?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Riedma, we are in constant discussions with the landowner groups, and we've been doing that for about 2 years now. This is not the first time we've deferred projects. We've done that at the last couple of capital plan reiterations. I'm not sure which specific ones he may be referring to here, but if you look at their list and our list, there are some differences. So he could be referring to the differences that are on our list. He might be thinking of the same ones that we have on our list, because his list doesn't cover everything that we've got on ours.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I did speak with him the other day, and his comment was that the 100 million was made up of smaller projects, $800,000 projects, $500,000 projects, that kind of thing. Not the multi-million-dollar projects. So I'm kind of thinking that it might be worth our while to have a look at some of those smaller projects that he's talking about and see whether any of those are suitable for deferral as well. Thanks.
Councilor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe just some clarification, and maybe I'd just like to align myself again. The purpose of today was really to see if we can defer, not cut $300 million worth of projects past 2029 plus. And I believe that Mr. Miller stated that really $170 million would get us out of the future financial fire. Can I just get a nod or a yes that I'm aligned with that?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I'm not sure I used that term. I said deferring works certainly takes off the pressure on particularly in 2029 that the Watson projection included. So deferring or eliminating helps the bottom line for sure.
So are you talking about financial fire? Is that what the term you're not? Oh, I'm curious what you're not.
Yeah, I didn't use the word financial fire.
That was my word. Thank you. Yes. And so, but 170 is the number that we need to get to today, correct?
That's the number that staff have come up with that they believe, as I was explained to you, can reasonably do without significantly altering plans. But having said that, they've explained what other challenges those present, but that's the number that staff has come up with.
Okay, thank you for that. So Bella, I guess maybe I do have some questions with page 24 as well. That was up on the screen from Councilor Morales and Councilor Harvey. I noticed you got like 7 projects in the southeast and about 4 projects in the southwest. And coming today, I actually thought it would be opposite. I actually thought that the growth was more speedily, in the southeast than in the southwest. But looking at your recommendations, it tells me that you think that the growth will be more speedy in the west. Could you comment on that? Am I wrong?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. I think these deferrals were selected based on phase one of the proposed developments. So I don't think it favors one side or the other. I think these deferrals were intended to facilitate phase one of developments, keep those going. And we picked infrastructure based on linkage to specific developments that are later on in the development cycle. So I don't think it's intended to favor one over the other in any way.
You don't mind if I just freestyle here, Mayor Lehman? You don't mind if I just keep asking questions? Thank you. And so I just see like Lockhart Road, which is not that far south of Mapleview, right? You're deferring quite a bit on that road there, which tells me that you're really not expecting development to happen anywhere in the near future in that area. Would that be correct, or am I misreading this?
Yeah, those Lockhart projects were anticipated to start in 2025, and they will be completed by about 2031. What we are saying is based on the pace of development and based on which particular developments those infrastructure are linked to, that's the basis for our proposal to defer them. Keeping in mind that if the pace of development changes, every year we get to revisit and bring back the timing if conditions change.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that and get that. You made a comment about every 12 months. It could be, you mean, if a developer said they're going to develop a land in August, our budget's in December, the turnaround time could be months, not 12 months, correct? You made a comment earlier that it would be a year, 12 months turnaround time. It could be much closer than that if developer decide to develop in late summer, early spring, early fall, correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, I think changes to the budget can be brought forward to council at any time. I was just referring to wholesale changes to the capital plan based on any changes out there to the external conditions. Those typically happen every 12 months, but
yeah, no, I appreciate you. You take risk very seriously, which I'm glad you do, and you're trying to minimize our risk as much as possible. So I do recognize that and appreciate that. I just wanted, if anybody's listening, or for my own, understanding, that if we got to move, we can move. Is really all I'm saying, right?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, I think changes to the budget can be brought in front of council at any time through special reports, staff reports.
Okay, well, thank you, Bella.
Okay, I am a bit concerned. We've spent 2 hours and 15 minutes on information and have yet to start discussing the matters that we need to. So what I would like to do is just ask questions to be quick, answers to be quick. We'll move to Dawn, we'll move to Craig, and hopefully we can complete the information sharing portion of today. And then we can move into some discussion of the long range financial policies as well as the projects. Sorry, Bella, just before you leave, I did have one question. That being said, I haven't had a chance yet. Oh, see Deputy Mayor Ward as well. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay, I promise just a quick clarification and then a question. For things like the Lockhart Road right-of-way expansion, you're only just Young Street, 9 million, 9.6 million. That includes everything, the property acquisitions, pipes under the ground, pavements. That's the completed project. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, that's correct.
Okay, and the question I had is, in the capital budget, there's some major right-of-way expansions in the city planned in the next 10 years. And there's, I think, $7 million for Ann Street between Wellington and Dunlop, which is fairly short stretch. I think that's 7 million. And there's an $8 million Codrington right-of-way expansion. Were those considered at all, or are those works that can't be delayed? Why are they, I guess, why aren't they included for delaying?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, those were not considered. Primarily, we did not consider asset renewal projects. We felt that those were critical and that it wouldn't be prudent to defer them because it's based on criticality and the asset renewal needs.
So just one question for that, the work underground or the surface, which is considered the critical need driving those, you know, maybe you don't know off the top of your head.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, it is project specific, but in a lot of cases, it includes, you know, one or more of each of those pieces of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. So I just wanted one piece of real clarity around the list of recommended projects, Bella, which is this is not in any way going to affect already approved development in terms of phase one of the secondary plans. We're going to build all the roads to have enough capacity for all the growth that's already been approved. What you're talking about is because the landowners actually were more aggressive than staff were. The landowners said, no, you can push this stuff out even further, which is kind of funny because before the landowners were saying the growth is going to come even faster and the city needs to build the infrastructure sooner. You're actually being, to my mind, conservative relative to the developers now, in the sense of saying, no, we still need to build some of this infrastructure on this deferred timeline, which isn't deferred as far as some of the landowners are thinking. But you are also not recommending anything that would affect Councillor Morales's question, because I want total clarity on this out to the public. There's no recommendation here to defer anything that's going to cause capacity constraints with already approved development.
That's correct, Mr. Lehman.
Okay.
Mayor Lehman.
That's really important. So the decision, the stuff that you're recommending to us is about the pace of development that hasn't been approved yet, which is obviously going slower than forecast. And what you're saying is, if it picks up in pace, we could potentially advance this. And of course, the whole point of the infrastructure plans was to gear them to the pace of development, because that's when the development charges come in, notwithstanding the cash flow problems Mr. Miller's talked about, where we have to upfront it if the developers don't. If the development does start to come, I mean, the service pressure is what everyone seems to be talking about this morning, which is when the roads fill up, when the rec centers fill up, when there is a need for a fire station because the homes are built, we build it then. We don't build it before, but we don't build it 10 years after either. And so the deferral recommendations come with some risk that development could actually speed up. And then you'd have to come back to the future councils and say, Council 2021 pushed this to 2031, but we're going to need it in 2028. There's enough agility to do that. Forget about the financial issue for a moment. Just procedurally design, getting the projects in the ground. You're confident that we would be agile enough to move things back up if the pace increased.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor Lehman.
Then this is a pretty good plan. Thank you very much for this. So let's move to Dawn and questions on the facilities pieces. Councillor McCann, and I'll take the speakers list for questions on the facilities projects.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and I really do appreciate, Don, your layout of this presentation. It's really clear and easy to follow. And I do have a question though, just on figuring out what page here. Yeah, when you said, I think it was your last page of your presentation, or one of them, page 35, you had mentioned that projects that are currently not funded, right, which would be Permanent Market, Sea Cadets, the Silent Arena expansion, and then City Hall, right? So I think that would be a great debate today to figure out if we want to push those forward. And then potential requests for funding may be received. So the Roy Victoria Hospital, they're going to come with us with two asks, I'm guessing, the south end and the north and our hospital. And is that roughly $2 billion? Do we know, do we have any kind of high level numbers?
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor McCann, unless something has changed since the other day, I don't believe we've received any details in terms of the scope of the request that may be forthcoming from RVH. Certainly, they've hinted at a scope, but they've not provided anything specific to my knowledge, unless CAO Prowse has had anything further.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not very helpful because I think this is like, it'd be really helpful if we kind of had an idea. But basically, a hospital is going to cost about $1 billion to from other hospitals built around Ontario. And then the provincial, correct me if I'm wrong, the provincial framework is that municipalities are supposed to contribute 10%. And if there's communities that are, you know, around that hospital, then they would split that up. So the Innisfil one, it would be, would it be normal to think about that if it's $1 billion hospital that the city of Barrie would have to contribute about $50 million? Is that my logic sane?
Perhaps I can provide some clarity. So the provincial local share is 10%, that's correct. That's not municipal only. That includes fundraising. So if you have a $2 billion project, it wouldn't be out of the realm to say that local share that RVH is supposed to raise from municipal partners as well as fundraising over 10 years would be in the order of $200 million. How that's apportioned in terms of their asks to area municipalities and how much they intend to do through fundraising, I don't think we have any real clarity on that yet, Councillor McCann. You know, I think they're going to come in the spring at some point, as I understand it, to the county, the city, Innisfil and others, and no doubt there will be an ask. The other clarity I would just offer on this is when I've been asked about this issue, my response to RVH has been that there is no capacity for the city to make room for a gift in our capital plan, none. So like Guelph, like others, if we wish to contribute to the hospital, we would have to consider a rider on the tax bill.
Mhm.
Now, and just to throw that out there, because I'm sure that may cause some stir, you know, a rider on the tax bill does not need to be, you know, another 1% levy to fund a major gift. It can be a fraction of that. I believe Guelph's was 0.2% or something like that. But, you know, obviously the level, that number, which I'm sure there will be tons of focus on if we get an ask next year, would be entirely determined by how much they come to Barrie for out of that 200 million local share.
Okay, that actually is helpful. And then you kind of answered my second question. The earliest they'd be asking would be next spring?
Latest rough timing I had was sometime early in 2022, in the spring though, not in January, February. Yeah.
Right. And then Georgian College,
Where does that come from? Sorry, Councilman McCann, to interrupt you, but I was wondering why that's on the slide. I'm not aware of any ask coming from the college.
Again, thank you, Mayor Lehman. These are not ones where we have received a request. In the past, there have been suggestions that a request may be received for that. Based on the commentary that was provided, it has sounded like there might be a request that's forthcoming. We just wanted to identify that these potential requests are not necessarily are not included. Georgian College, in some of their commentary, while they've indicated that they won't have a request, in other commentary have alluded to a request.
News to me. Okay. Sorry, Councilor McCann, over to you.
no, thank you, Mayor Lehman. So I guess timing on that one would be, the earliest would be next spring, or do we have any idea?
We have no information, Councillor McCann.
And then the YMCA, I'm a little reluctant to ask about that. But I think we all have a pretty good idea on that one. So I guess maybe I'll just, those are the questions I did have. And I would like to have a debate, Mayor Lehman, about the projects that we have all talked about on top, but maybe I'll wait until everyone's questions are done, and then I think we should knock those out, knock those in.
Other questions for Dawn? Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Before I go to Ms. McAlpine, it's questions on what is happening after the break, because maybe I can save some of my questions then. I want to try to time it.
Yeah, no kidding. Seeing as we're at 11:30, what I would like to do after the break probably is work in reverse order. I think we should deal with the projects in and out and any direction that we would like to provide to staff on the list of projects. I really urge members of General Committee not to get into a one-by-one discussion, but rather to raise issues with the list of projects generally. If there is a specific one you want to mention concerns with, we can talk about specific pieces. But I would like us to take the whole list, say, are there issues with the list, things in or out, and then approve or not approve staff's recommended list of deferrals for both infrastructure and facilities. So I thought we could deal with one and then the other. Councilor Morales.
So before the break, you'd like to see us discuss?
No, we're going to take a break
Right now?
once we're done in questions. We haven't even finished questions, so.
Questions about the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Ms. McAlpin, is there an opportunity for the performing arts? Sorry, let me start with this. What are the other identified users of a possible theater? So from the past, specifically, like I want names. Do you have a general list of people who have used the theater and we would expect to use the theater in a somewhat high capacity?
Through Mayor Lehman to yourself, Councillor Morales, the past theater groups, primarily as well as dance groups, have used the theater space. Certainly some of our choirs, orchestras, those are all potential users, but of the Fisher Performing Arts Center.
Perfect. Is Georgian College a big user of the theater? If not our theaters in the past, they themselves, obviously, they clearly have a facility within their facilities.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Morales, they have not been a large user in the past, even of their own theater. So certainly there was identified capacity to serve clients who have not been served in the past, but they have not been a substantive user.
Okay, interesting. I didn't expect that. Is there an opportunity to approach some of these users with a sensible capital buy-in ask for this facility that at the end of the day is for them and the community? Well, I understand we're the municipality and some would argue we have to provide these capital projects. There's some here that I personally speaking, I'm going to go to bat for the permanent market. And the fact that it's not even currently not funded in 10-year plan and we have it for the Fisher, for me, there's an opportunity cost. So from your perspective, is there an opportunity to have the conversations with partners about a sensible amount? Obviously very low and with buy-in, or would that be too complex for the scope of the project?
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Morales, that certainly the fundraising plan is something that would come forward. I don't believe our performing arts community is in a position to contribute from a capital perspective in a significant way to the Fisher Performing. They rely on us to provide the facilities for them to be able to perform, and they rely on operating grants in many cases that come from all levels of government to support their ability to perform and provide that outlet for the community. It's I don't think it would be realistic given the nature of the local performing arts organizations to have them expected to fund any significant portion of the capital. It's an opportunity from a fundraising perspective for them to reach out to their donors, and also an opportunity for us to seek other levels of government in terms of grants that might be available.
Perfect. And final question, Barry Fire, you're talking about their training facility. Is there an accepted driving distance for training? So obviously I'm going to presume Barry Fire wouldn't be driving to Ottawa for training, but they might drive to, like, what's the either kilometers or time wise that is acceptable?
So thank you, Councillor Morales. So currently we have a temporary training facility on Saunders Road. It's recently completed this current stage of the work. It's within the city limits, so that's not an issue. The area that the temporary training facility doesn't address is live fire training, and that's something that we're generally able to accommodate at Base Borden or at the center in the GTA. So Festi. So it's certainly when we're in Borden, it's not a significant drive for us. It's outside of the city limits, but not a significant drive. Festi as well is relatively close, and we're not traveling to Ottawa for training for live fire.
Knowing that this facility is not even done yet, and knowing that obviously the discussions haven't even had with that department, would the future Brampton training facility that's under construction be a logistical distance possibility to be considered in addition to Festi and Borden?
It's certainly something that's worthy of consideration. However, I believe that Borden and our existing temporary training facility would satisfy our needs. Typically, Festi is used with new recruits at this point in time, and only if the facilities at Borden aren't available or not particularly suitable for the specific type of training.
Perfect, thank you.
My apologies. Oh, no, Councillor Kungle. Okay, any other questions for Don? Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. It's actually around the Performing Arts Theater. I know when this originally started, we were talking about a theater, whereas now this looks like we're talking about 2 theaters. It's really kind of grown far out of any range that I would have prospected that we'd even be considering. I mean, I don't know if this is the time to have this discussion anyway, but I just wanted to highlight, obviously, the 2 councillors that are on this committee that this project's going to significantly balloon in the costs, because now we're talking about realistically 2 theaters and not just 1. I don't know if you have any comment on that. I'm not asking for a comment, but I just wanted to kind of highlight that that's starting to cause me some grave concern that we're talking about 2 theaters here now, not just 1.
So I'll ask the chair of the task force, Councillor Harris. There's actually 3 councillors on there: Councillor Thompson, Councillor Rietma, and Councillor Harris. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thanks for the question, Councillor Harvey. Yes, what you see in front of you is a very brief amount of information about what the task force and our user group has put forward as what they see would be the ideal scenario for the city. Now, having said that, the presentation to council will be January 10th. So we'll look forward to being able to give you more detail on what's being presented. I will say in all transparency, and that the one item that was not unanimous at our group was the extra 350-seat theater. So I will be transparent with that. But may I say that this work has been done over several months and with a great deal of interest and care, and looking at other theaters across the province, those most recently built and those in our area, including St. Catharines, Brampton, Richmond Hill, and one other I'm missing. Burlington, thank you. Great deal has been learned through the exercise, and so we look forward to bringing that to council for consideration, recognizing that not only have we lost the Fisher, which served Barrie for many years, we'll be losing access to the Georgian Theatre. So look forward to giving more detail, but yes, that's the one item, and I'm not surprised that was brought up by council. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Just a follow up to that, and actually it's probably for Ms. McAlpine. The piece about losing access to the Georgian Theatre, it's not like they're bulldozing this theatre. If on an interim basis, if we have to delay this further due to costs, is there an ability for us to continue using the Georgian Theatre if we absolutely need be?
Through Mayor Lehman to you, Councillor Harvey, thank you for your question. We have included an intake form in the 2022 business plan to reinstate use of the Georgian Theatre on a short-term basis until Fisher is available. The scope of the capital work that we're proposing is reflective of a very interim solution, and And that's why I raised the caution that if Fisher is further deferred, the capital costs that would be required for Georgian have not been identified in that. But should council positively consider that intake form, you would have the reinstatement of the Georgian Theatre for the interim.
Great, thanks. I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other questions for Don? My question was around the rec centers. So I'm assuming that the sequencing that we see here, so the landowners interestingly think the rec center, the Hewitt's Rec Center could be pushed by 10 years. I'm reluctant to do that for a number of reasons, but interesting that they believe that. I think they believe that maybe without the knowledge of the impact of pressure on Allendale and other facilities due to the renovation. I guess the question I had is, though, the way staff have planned this for the sort of whole system is Hewitt's comes on stream, that gives you capacity to take shutdown of Allendale for short periods of time, or I don't know how long you need to. Well, let me ask that question. The Allendale renovation project obviously involves disruption to service there. What does that look like? Are shutdowns, partial shutdowns? How long?
It's anticipated that it would be a multi-year construction project. So at this point, I don't believe we anticipate that we would be able to maintain the facility in any reasonable way while that construction is occurring, given the age of the building. And yeah, a complete shutdown is what we're currently anticipating. And that's why the timing is so critical to have Hewitt's completed prior to Allendale. That particular building is not expansive in terms of its layout. So it would be difficult to stage construction in a way that would be safe for users by shutting down pieces of it and yet completing major construction.
Okay, that'll be a follow-up after. Okay, so the information that all of you have presented to this point, if that's it for questions, Mr. Miller indicates you've given us a slide that shows the reduction in the pressure on the tax capital reserve if General Committee were to approve all of the deferral recommendations that you presented. You've also indicated a very substantial positive benefit on the DC reserve, but then that's the one that is the deepest underwater. And in response to Councillor Riepma, you've indicated that there would be a substantial reduction in the DC debt that, well, a reduction, I don't know what substantial is, but a significant reduction anyway in the amount of DC debt if these deferrals were to occur because we could spread out the load. Is that correct?
Yes, and just to clarify, I just want to make one thing clear. Moving this will help the long-term debt projections. It won't impact the debt projections we have in the 2020 budget over the next 4 years. So this will have a positive impact on long-term debt.
Yeah, and that's another question, general question. Nothing you presented today really affects the 2022 budget or tax rate.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, with that, then I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute recess and we will come back and sort of work in reverse order. We'll pick up where we left off with the projects. And then we will move to the discussion of the allocation of the hydro dividends as the second part, and any further discussion we need on the long range financial plan policies, which Mr. Miller presented in his first slide at 9 o'clock. So we'll take a 10-minute recess and then please come back. Lunch is here now. Yeah, I don't really want to take a whole lunch break. Okay. Well, I guess that's up to you, members of General Committee. Do you want to stop and have lunch and then pick it up? Okay, my preference actually would be let's get some work done first, and then we can break for lunch. Like let's take 10, come back for an hour, and then take lunch at 12:30 would be my preference. But if you're hungry now, we can do it now. It's up to you. What would you like to do? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute recess now. Fill your coffee. Let's come back, get some work done, and then we can take a lunch break.
He's already going through withdrawal.
we'll call the general committee meeting back to order. When we last left our heroes, we were dealing with a list of infrastructure and facility projects. My suggestion as to how we work on this would be, I'm going to ask Councillor Riepma has offered to move the list of infrastructure projects as presented to start. At that point, I would take any discussion on the motion, and the motion would simply be to support the deferral of projects as presented. And then we can make changes from there. So if there are projects in the list that general committee wishes to provide different direction on, i.e. not defer per the presentation, we will make those as amendments to the motion. Is that clear? I think I've heard general support around the broader list, so I thought it might be easier to work by process of elimination rather than project by project. Okay, so if you're comfortable doing that, Councillor Riepma.
Yep, I will so move. I will move that the infrastructure deferral summary as on page 24 of the report or of the presentation be adopted.
Okay, so that is the list of projects as proposed on slide 24 of the presentation. Comments? Wow, seeing none. Go ahead, Councillor Harvey.
Since you seem quite surprised, maybe I'll just say something. I think staff have done a really great job at identifying a lot of projects to the tune of almost $163 million. And we've heard through our questions this morning that it's not going to have any impacts on additional phases. And obviously, if something changes miraculously, we have the ability to pivot if need be. So I'm definitely supportive and congratulations to staff for a lot of work in a very short period of time.
You're here. Any other comments? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm supportive of the list. I am thinking of sort of the line of questioning I had brought up earlier around reevaluating some of the right-of-way expansion projects and how we can think forward in terms of supporting active transportation and reducing reliance on single occupancy vehicles in alignment with our climate goals and our active transportation goals. So I think there's an opportunity here. It would require some direction from council to staff to evaluate these projects in the context of the transportation master plan. So I'm not sure if that's the time to move an amendment to that effect, or if that should wait until after this vote.
Yeah, my suggestion would actually be crafting one separately. I think if the direction that you wish to provide it might be good matter for City Building Committee to talk about if you want to reopen the service standards, for example, or the approach that was taken in the transportation master plan. I think that's probably a bit of a separate issue from today. I take your point that you see that there could be budget savings if there were changes made in decisions on transportation capacity, but that's obviously a much bigger conversation around transportation, traffic needs and modal shifts and all those sorts of things.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
okay.
That makes sense.
With the motion on the floor, any other comments? I guess the only hesitation I've got in this one is the Mackay Road interchange. And the reason for that is we do have our employment lands, future employment lands at that interchange. And it's been a saga to try and get those employment lands on stream. And I guess the one question I should ask at this point, just because it's relevant to the timing of that project. And I guess it's for Bala. So our favorite pipe, Veterans, was going to supply those lands, and the timing of that project, I think, was going to dictate when those employment lands could come on stream. Does this is pushing this project pushing that further, or are we roughly on the same timeline regardless of if council approves this motion, the employment lands to be brought to market?
Mayor Lehman, I think the employment lands could be brought to market before the interchange is in place.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because the interchange will obviously significantly enhance the attractiveness to attract a large industry or something like that to that location. But I'm guessing that that effort can continue. The city and the landowners could market the land knowing the interchange was coming. And I don't think the gap is 10 years or anything. I think it's only a few years, even with the deferral between when the servicing could arrive and the lands could thereby come on stream and when the interchange is proposed. So with that, I'll support it and also thank staff for their work. So I think, Ms. Cook, why don't we do this as separate motions? And I think we can just do that coming out of the presentation, right? We don't need them as amendments to the deferred business.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, no, we can just do it as a separate motion.
Okay, so we'll do the one motion now that I'll call the question on this on the infrastructure projects, and we'll do second one on facilities. So all those in favor, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you again to staff. Councilor Reitman, just to get us started, would you like to move the list of facilities projects as presented?
Sure. So I will move that the deferrals as set out in the staff presentation with respect to buildings facilities be approved.
Okay. And discussion on this. So yeah, there isn't a slide that I think summarizes all of these, so we'd have to reference all of the slides, and I guess that is, go ahead, Councilor Reitman.
I agree. There isn't a summary slide to it, and I was thinking about an amendment actually, and that is there are two references, I believe, to purchasing of land and that the land be deferred, land purchases be deferred. And my amendment would be that the land purchases not be deferred.
Okay, so just before we get to that, just so there's clarity on what's on the floor, I think the list is slides 26 to 33. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And so that is the slides detailing each of the projects that have a recommendation to defer, or in some cases not to defer, to be fair. But it's the list of deferrals contained in slides 26 to 33. And that's the main motion. And Councilor Reitman has just introduced an amendment. And the amendment would be that the land acquisition portions of these projects not be deferred. On the amendment, would you care to speak to that, Councilor Reitman?
Thank you. Ms. McAlpine was very clear in her comments that if we defer the land purchases, they're going to become considerably more expensive once the services come into place. And my view of it is that we really need to purchase the land now or as soon as we can to nail that part of it down. And then we can do, once you own the land, you've got control of it. And then we can decide to build or not build, or grade or not grade at that point. But if we don't have the land, then we run risks on the whole project, even being able to go ahead.
Thanks for that. On the amendment, Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be supportive of Councilor Reitman's amendment. I think it's everything he said. Land gets more expensive. It's just in a growing city. The big thing why I'm supporting this as well is if we decide not to proceed with it, we then have control on how we put it on the market. We have control possibly about the type of use. And if anything, that obviously that's not guaranteed, but it is likely, if we choose not to do anything with it, to generate additional revenue for taxpayers at a future time. So that's why I see it as an likely investment, not as a liability purchasing it or taking this away from the deferral list.
Deputy Mayor Ward, you look like you want some clarity on something.
Yeah, can I get a list of what exactly we're deferring here? That's I'm not clear on what's being deferred.
Can we not just do it A to H and do everyone individually? So section 2, A to H being every facility as clarity, like, so.
Well, that's what I was trying to avoid. I guess it depends on the degree of consensus around the table as to how much we want to, make changes to each project. So maybe Yeah, so right now, the main motion was as the facilities one, which is basically staff have presented the following recommendations, council approves them. And now we're doing an amendment that says, except we don't want you to defer land acquisition. And we might say, except we don't want you to defer the X. So that I was kind of working that way, Councillor Thompson. If we do get into the point where we've got so many exceptions or changes, then maybe we will need to go one by one and work it out one by one. But I was sort of trying this to begin with. So maybe Councillor Reitman, just to be clear on what your amendment would propose, which land acquisitions specifically are you looking to not defer?
Okay. The Hewitt's Community Center and Library, and that's slide 26. And we have 13 million in there for 2023. And then moving to slide 28, we have 13.5 million for land and design under Salem Community Center and Library. And the proposal that Ms. McAlpine has put forward is to move that purchase from 26 to 28. And I'm suggesting that we not defer that. I don't think there were any others.
For the two, just for the two rec centers.
Yes.
And to be clear, I don't think the motion was to defer the rec center one at all. So I think staff were not recommending deferring the land acquisition for the rec center for Hewitt's. They were for Salem. Am I correct in that, Ms. McAlpine? Yeah.
Mayor Lehman, through you to, the Hewitt's one, we're not recommending any further deferral of. Salem, we are recommending, we've included the potential for deferral. And also, I think the two that Councillor Reitma is referencing are the Salem one and the secondary land municipal campus, which is for the ball fields and Fire Station 5.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Slides 28 and 31 are the
28,
ones where
31.
land
Okay.
deferral was occurring.
Okay.
My apologization.
So to be clear, the amendment that's
Yeah.
on the floor would have us acquire the land for the Salem Center as the original plan on the original timeline. And also for the sports park, which is the $7 million. Instead of pushing it out by 2 years, we would proceed to acquire the land in 2025. That's what the plan would show if this amendment passes. On that amendment, I did have a few hands over here first. Deputy Mayor Ward.
So just to be clear, then we're only going up to the Salem Center. We're not going, or I guess are we doing the Barrie Emergency Services Campus too, or is that not part of this amendment?
Yeah, it is. So maybe we are going to have to do this project. So the motion that's on the floor, the main motion that's on the floor is just the same as the infrastructure one, which is we accept staff's recommendations, all of them. And then the amendments were going to be to change those recommendations. That's how we're trying to work on the assumption that we'd only have a few changes. But if we're going to have a lot, maybe we need to break this down and do it one by one. What do we think? You want to do it that way? Okay. So Councillor Reitma, if you wouldn't mind withdrawing the main motion and your amendment.
I'll do that.
Okay. So let's start at slide 26, Hewitt's, which should be a quick discussion unless somebody disagrees with staff's recommendation to do it as planned. And I guess the best way to do this will be to literally go slide by slide, and we'll do it motion by motion. Slide, if I could have a motion that the Hewitt's Rec Center, the recommendation on the Hewitt's Rec Center presented on slide 26 be approved. Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Kungle. I guess I don't need a seconder. Okay, so that's the motion, that the staff recommendation be approved. Any discussion on it? Okay, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Okay, slide 26 is in. Slide 27. Somebody care to move the Allendale Rec Center renovation expansion? Now, this is no change to the overall timing, but doing the more expensive part 1 year later. This helps the tax capital reserve. Would somebody like to move this one? Councillor Congo? Okay, actually don't need a seconder because we're at general. Discussion on this, slide 27. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, just a question when it comes to capital expenditure in regards to this. And I just want to highlight right now, like the city of Brampton is under exactly a very similar circumstance like this with the Chris Gibson Community Center. And off the top of my head, it was either 18 or $25 million that the province has given them to be able to fully renovate and expand their community center. I would hope that situations like that are in our favor moving forward also. I was just wondering if staff can highlight what potential grants or whether it's at the federal or the provincial level that could assist in some of these construction costs, which will obviously help the bottom line significantly moving forward, because it seems like this project's very much in line with the costing that Brampton's going through right now, and we're talking about something that's several years out.
Ms. McAlpine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Harvey. So certainly there are a number of grant opportunities. They change the name of the grant sometimes, not necessarily the function of the grants, but it's always nice to make an announcement of something new. So we would apply to things that are similar. If they change the name to the investing in infrastructure funding that's available. We don't include any grant funding in the budget as offsetting to the cost at this until we have a sense that we would actually be in receipt of such funding. So we would continue, and we have authorization through the annual business plan to submit for grant opportunities as they become available to reduce current capital or future capital, or allow it to be advanced.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But I think it is important to note that the government did announce, I believe it was either 140 or 160 million in capital expenditures like this for municipalities over the next decade. So let's hope we're in a good position to be able to secure some of that.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other comments on the Allendale Rec Center timing?
Mayor Lehman, could we maybe get a countdown of where we're at by Mr. Miller? Just how much we've saved per item? Right now we're at 162.5. No?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. I don't have that available set up like we have for budget night. So we did a good job of trying to get to where we are. Unfortunately, I can't turn it around. I could certainly summarize it for you and get it to you most likely by Monday, if that can work for you.
Why don't you like to have fun, Craig?
Any other comments on this one, Allendale Rec Center? Okay, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None? Somebody like to move slide 28, which is the deferral of the Salem Community Center. Councillor Harvey, you gonna move it?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll move it. And actually I've got, I'll have some further comments.
I bet you
too.
will. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I actually do agree with staff. Like, I mean, we're in a unique situation here, and especially too, when you look at the forecasted of the closure of Allendale, they need something to be able to service that east side of the city. It definitely makes perfect sense of moving forward with Hewitt's and possibly delaying Salem. We've got Holly that's really not that far away that can service the needs over a period of time, and also too, obviously with the library. Like, I mean, thankfully, we did approve the new Holly branch in the 2021 budget. So that piece of it's going to be serviced too. So I do agree with staff by deferring it. But I would also move that with an amendment that we still do the land acquisition within the 2026. I guess my concern is over a 2-year period, it's still estimated that the land cost is still at that 13.5, which I highly doubt that it would be. Land only goes typically one direction, and that's up. The quicker that we have the ability to secure the land is only going to save us money and the taxpayers money. Because I fear that the longer we wait, that 13.5 is going to be 16, 18, maybe even 20, because when we hit 2028, you might see another deferral of land acquisition. by the next council. So I think acquiring it and approving the acquisition is probably more prudent now. But I'll wait and see what my fellow colleagues have to say.
Thanks very much. Comments on this one? Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. I'm aligned, and with that then, is there just inherently built-in direction to staff hearing our comment about identifying if costs are projected to go up, if there's a possibility of acquiring the land sooner than forecasted? But I do support the deferral of everything with the exception of the planned acquisition of land.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I might have not heard the motion, so through you to Councillor Harvey, are you saying leave it at purchasing the land in 2026?
Yes, that would be my amendment to it, that we still acquire the land in 2026 as originally projected.
Okay. And then, so the option to defer and purchase, so 2026 buy the land, and then 2029, the site grading and servicing, and then just continue down that path?
Yeah, nothing would change other than the acquisition year, and that's solely for cost savings because the land's only going to go one way, and that's up.
So I'll have an amendment to purchase only the land in 2023 and with no design. If we're doing it as an investment to control the cost of land, and then continue into the 2029, 30, 31.
Okay, so an amendment from Councillor Thompson to move up the land purchase by 3 years. I guess the question I would have to staff right off the bat is how much of that is land and how much is design? How much of the 13.5 are you budgeting for the land acquisition? Don?
Mayor Lehman, thank you. The entire amount is land acquisition. The design portion is in the 20 million. That's where the site grading, servicing, exterior fields, amenities, that's when we would be doing design.
Okay, so that's a typo. Got it. Okay, so it's 13 million we'd have to come up with in 2023. Yeah, Mr. Miller?
So through you, Mayor Liam, just keep in mind, we'd have to go back and take a look at what that impact is. And we can do that because that's advancing it to 2023. That will have impacts on in the immediate short term. So just keep that in mind.
If it makes it easier, then because it's so close to budget and binders and everything have been done, then 2024, just giving you that. If that helps staff.
So just for clarity on this, I mean, we, how would we be paying for that? That's a mostly growth related item, is it not?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, that's what I'd ask. We'd have to take a deep look to see what we've allocated for land purchases for recreation facilities. The footprint of a building can be paid for with DCs. The rest of it, the park space, would be most likely cash in lieu, that sort of thing. So we'd have to kind of deeper dive to look at what have we allocated. I know there are other land purchases within it, within our current plan. So that's my only cautionary trail. You can certainly move this motion, but we'd have to report back to you and confirm the funding source.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson put an amendment on to buy the land in 2024 rather than 26 as planned on the amendment. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I don't think I'm entirely in favor of this, but maybe if I can just get a little more insight from you, Councillor Thompson. Like the 2 years, I understand that you're thinking that land will be cheaper in 24 than it will be in 26, but our platform is growth pays for growth. And we're noticing that growth is not happening as fast as we'd like it to. So can you bridge me here? Where is that money coming from and what's the urgency?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So obviously we would need a report back from Mr. Miller on exactly where it's coming from. And that's why I moved away from 23 to 24, which we then could defer at the next budget. But I just think, with some of the conversation around the table of owning the land, controlling the land as an investment, and, maybe as an attraction that we own the land, these are our, you know, what we're planning on doing in the future, may attract or stimulate building there. So
Okay, maybe I have another question. So how much taxes would we generate from this land right now, Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I wouldn't have that specific answer, but it's undeveloped land right now, so it wouldn't be significant.
So if the projected savings from 2 years, would that be kind of what we generate in tax anyways? Like, would there not be a savings, or would it be?
So great question and great discussion. I just want to caution, so there's land costs for infrastructure projects, and while yes, land is a great investment, everyone knows that it goes up in time. Our objective and strategies, like in the past, we haven't been directed by council, is to buy all the land now. So we have a cash flow challenge. So if we're now changing direction where you want to load up on land, that will have implications on your ability to do the infrastructure. And it's not necessarily helping your overall cash flow challenge. What I would point out to you is by 2028, we're going to be updating the DC bylaw in 2024. There is a mechanism where you try and maximize the revenues. So if their land costs go up, in theory, those land costs that are DCable do go into the development charge background study to help close that gap. And admittedly, you never get it fully closed. But just keep that in mind. If the strategy is to switch to buy land, that will impact our cash flows. And while yes, you will save on the cost of the project today if you own the land for sure, but that will have implications on your overall capital plan.
I'm going to go back. Let me just go to Councillor Thompson. I think you might want to make a change to the motion. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
not because of Councillor McCann's questions, because of Mr. Miller's response.
Does it make you feel
I
good to
will be
make me feel bad,
withdrawing
Councillor
this
Thompson?
amendment.
Okay, the amendment, you withdrew it? Yeah, okay. All right, we're back on Councillor Harvey's motion, which is to defer the timing of the construction of the Salem Community Center per staff's recommendation, but not defer the land purchase. So the land purchase would still be in the 2026 timeline as presented. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yeah, just a quick question for the treasurer. I assume that the changes we're making today, deferring items, has no effect on our ability to collect DCs?
That's correct.
Good question. Gonna need the revenue. Okay, any other comments on the motion as moved by Councillor Harvey? Slide 28. Oh, Councillor Owen, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just a question for Ms. McAlpine. Has the CEO of the library or chair of the board been consulted on this piece?
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Aylwin, we did speak with the library last week regarding the potential for this to be further deferred. They recognized that, and with the news that the Holly lease was imminent and there is potential for expansion within the plaza, they of course would love to proceed earlier, but understood the rationale.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
It's a good question. Thanks for that, Councillor Owen. Anything else on Salem project? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? None. That's unanimous as well. Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Slide 29 is the training facility at the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services campus. Somebody like to move the staff recommendation, which is to push that by 3 years? Councillor Riepma?
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay. Discussion. Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, before we proceed, I just need a little clarity when it comes to the budgeting piece of this to see whether or not I need to declare a pecuniary interest. So I basically need to know is, would this piece of capital infrastructure for the Barrie Police Service be directly in their budget, or would this be something that is provided by the city and not through the police service budget?
Mr. Miller? The capital, is the capital in the police budget or is it in our budget?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I'm unless Don disagrees, it'd be in our city's budget.
Okay, with that being said, I'm good. Thank you.
A discussion on this motion? Councillor Kungle?
I guess I'd like to propose an amendment that we don't defer the item until more information perhaps comes forward about feasibility of Sperling or other options. So based on the staff presentation, while it's a possibility, I am looking at issues with legislative standards, and while we look at accommodations that they've been able to do and are forecasted then have to be able to do, there's a lot of waste projected that I'm hearing around making those accommodations, and that they are living in some unstable agreements. So personally, I would prefer not to give the direction at this time and then revisit it depending on more information.
Ms. McAlpine?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and through you to Councillor Kungle. Just to be clear, 29 Sperling is only identified as a potential option for Barrie Fire and Emergency Services temporary training facility. As has been previously noted, should a circumstance change, such as the ability to access the Hunters and Anglers Conservation Club, or the ability to continue at the InPower site for Barrie Fire and Emergency Service, we would report back at that particular time if there was a need to, much like an infrastructure project and growth happening faster, we would report back then if there was a need.
So I'll withdraw my amendment with that control in place. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. On this motion? Yeah, I struggle with this one for a couple of reasons. There is a lot of waste that is going to happen over the 3 years that we're deferring this project, throwaway costs. How great are they? I don't think we have that in front of us, so it's difficult to judge that, but I do know that they're significant for both fire and police. But particularly police. Now, there's also the potential of a commercial facility, gun range in our community, which would occur obviously long before either of these dates and might change things because it's possible that that would be a facility that could be used by Barrie Police. And, wearing the police board hat, the primary concern I think here is actually the range. The Bell Farm site has had its challenges for sure. There's all kinds of training that goes on at the old Racket Club on Bell Farm Road. Much of that could, in theory, continue, but that building is very problematic. And I guess my other major concern is the experience since we acquired that has been that everything is much more expensive to bring up to standard in that building than anticipated. Now, is it 29 million? I'm sure it isn't. So, pushing out 29 million probably helps us a bit. I think what I would propose to you, council. Well, actually, let me ask the process. I should have asked this off the hop. So today's special general committee, when is that report going to city council? It's not Monday. It would be presumably in 2 weeks.
December 6th.
December 6th. Okay. This one, I struggle to support it myself. If council wants to approve it tonight, this morning, this afternoon, fine. I do think, as Councillor Kungle mentioned, I do think we need to understand the implications of this decision a little bit better. So while I guess I'm not saying please don't do this now, I do think we're going to need to understand from both police and fire the costs of pushing another 3 years. The other thing that really is new, though, is the potential for a commercial range, which might eliminate the need for a big chunk of this facility to begin with. If a facility were to become available that could be rented. So, those are my comments, General Committee. The motion's on the floor. Any further discussion, Councillor Kungle?
I'm aligned to that, Mayor Lehman, around the comment. It would be nice to have some information back on this, and maybe I'll leave it on the floor. So I would like to appreciate when service providers are coming to the table as well, although they're looking at their 2022 budgets. Is this cost that would be built in by those providers at some point in the process? I'm just wondering if we're looking at it twice through our dialogue, either now or in the future.
Yeah, and if we go back to the original decision to defer this building from the first responders campus project at the time, there was a lot of information provided then around the implications of doing that. So maybe some of that could be refreshed and given to us in the next 2 weeks before this direction is finalized. Okay, so I'll call the question. The motion's on the floor to accept the staff recommendation, defer this one by 3 years. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None? Okay, that carries. Moving on. Next one is the Fisher project. The staff recommendation, kind of weird to, I guess, move a recommendation that doesn't change anything, but in the interest of completeness, Councillor
Okay.
Reitman, did you want to put that on the floor?
All right. I'll put that on the floor as printed.
Okay, so the staff recommendation obviously is to leave this one in the plan as currently envisioned. Discussion, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just a little clarity from staff, or I don't know if Councillor Harris has the ability to answer this, but they're very early on in the process. But I see in 2022, there's already 200,000 being allocated for design. And then in 2023, another 300,000. Like there's $500,000 in the next 2 years. And decisions haven't even been made as to how this is going to look. It sounds like obviously the committee themselves are not even all aligned as to whether we're talking about a single 900-seat theater or this additional 350 seats that is now being discussed, along with a 500,000 square foot multipurpose room. I just kind of question, why would we be approving several $100,000 in 2022 and possibly even into 2023 when they're just not there yet, I don't see.
So it's a good question. Just to be clear, we're not approving it. So, and this is one of the things that I was trying to get at earlier around the discussion today. So the 2022 expense only gets decided on when we do the budget, which is next week. One of the challenges we have with the task forces is that they're reporting after the budget. And in discussion with the two chairs, one of the things I'd suggested was that any spending associated with these projects be conditional in its approval on the presentation of the task force reports. So we would, if there's money in the 2022 budget for Performing Arts Center, West End economic development projects like the market and housing, you haven't had the benefit of the presentation and all the work that's been done by the task force members and the background for it. So we've done this other years where there's something in the budget that will be presented to council in the months or weeks following the budget rather than before it. So the budget motion a week from Monday could only approve or could say no spending to occur until council receives and approves the direction of the task forces. So that would, take the 200 and basically put a hold on it pending the outcome of the council discussion on that and anything related to the market and anything related to the additional affordable housing recommendations. Yeah.
I'm just wondering then, Mayor Lehman, if maybe we just defer this whole discussion to budget time when we have the appropriate information, whereas I think we're theoretically having a hypothetical debate about something that we don't even have all the information on yet. And it would probably be much more prudent to do it after we do have this presentation.
I would totally agree. There's not any point discussing this project right now. Unfortunately, some of the early recommendations of the task force are on this slide, and yet the task force hasn't even been able to present to you why they're there, and whether or not they're who supports them, who doesn't, what the rationale was, what other communities are doing. All that information which council needs to see and the public need to see before any decisions are made should probably come before any approval. I guess I would suggest to you that because staff have not recommended any change, all you're doing today is approving what was already what's been in the plan for several years. So, I mean, we could just not approve this motion at all. It wouldn't matter whether we approve the slide or don't approve the slide. The same thing's going to happen. So, Ms. McAlpine.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. A motion isn't required on the slide. It was only provided
I agree.
For context in case someone had questions.
Yeah,
in
or
terms
wanted
of-
to provide different direction.
Yes.
But I think Councillor Harvey's made a very good point that, there's proposed spending on this, and yet there's a whole task force report that's coming that it's been a lot of work by the arts community, 3 members council and others. So we should wait for that point before any of that spending is really discussed. So would you be okay with withdrawing this?
I'll
one?
withdraw it. Yeah.
All right. Can we move on? Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Hearing the discussion that's been going on, let's wait for the task force to come to see if we want to opt in, buy into the vision and the plan. Shouldn't we keep this on the floor as printed and maybe amend it to shift the entire chart one to the right? So having design start or plan to start in 2023 and 2024. So shift everything to the right. It meets your objectives, Councillor Harvey. I agree. I think we haven't seen the information. It moves the needle on today's discussion. And it actually makes it a little bit more objective, Mayor Lehman. I want to hear the task force and be allowed to opt in. But if we remove this from the floor and just leave it as staff planned $200,000 next year, it puts me in a situation where I have to opt out. And if we're saying that we're waiting for their information, or wait, right? You just said we're waiting for the task force to come and show
Right,
us
but
their
the
vision.
task force is coming in January 2022. So the intention would be, if the project proceeds, there would be a next step. We wouldn't put it on hold for a year and not do anything.
Correct. So, so if they come in 2022 and we buy into their vision, I think it's prudent to then add the 200,000 for design instead of just leaving it now. And it almost makes us the bad people having to go, well, you know what, we're going to defer this project and not buy into the vision. It puts us in a more neutral, objective place. And I agree with the comments that you started with, Councillor Harvey, that $500,000 that early in the grid, 2022 and 2023. I'd personally rather see it shifted to 23 and 24. Does that make sense, Mayor Lehman?
Well, we can debate it. If you'd like to move it as a motion, I guess my caution would be probably makes more sense as a budget motion, since this money is in the 2022 budget that staff have proposed. So, we can debate the wisdom of putting the project on hold for a year or adding the money back post. Where I had suggested was, it's not going to make any difference right now. If council at budget time pulls the money out and then has to add it back, then you're gonna have to find a new funding source then. So my suggestion would be all of this should probably sit as planned. And then if you want to pull it at budget time and have that conversation before the task force report, I would say that's not a great idea. I think the best idea is to let the task forces report, give you their recommendation, and council can say yes or no, that's too ambitious, we'd like you to do this, or go back and do this. And that would then dictate what the next step would be and probably how much that next step would cost. So I'm not sure what the point would be in pulling this out of the capital plan only to reinsert it later, unless you're, I guess, making the case now that you don't want to do anything on the project at all in 22.
I think the logic about, and this is still kind of a procedural question. I understand that it's bleeding a bit into debate. Procedurally, I want the task force to come, not assuming that they already have money allocated in capital towards design from an objective, neutral place. If I am a member of the task force and I see this, I'm watching this meeting, I'm seeing this conversation, I feel like barring a presentation that doesn't land with council, they're getting the go ahead. And considering the farmers market, to my understanding, doesn't have the same privilege of allocation in the capital, and I'm sure it's different stages in the project, I think it would be prudent to do that. And because again, from a neutrality objective perspective of council, it's better to just buy into a vision than have to buy out and amend it out at the budget. That's where I'm coming from on that.
Well, in the interest of moving along, Councilor Morales, you're welcome to introduce a motion.
Sure, I'll introduce a motion to that effect.
Okay, just give us the motion again.
So the motion would be to take Fisher Performing Arts Center FC 1138 and shift grid timeline on slide 30 1 year congruently to the future.
Okay, so your motion is to move the timing of all the amounts that are in the current capital plan by 1 year further out?
Correct.
Okay, on the motion, Councilor Harvey?
Yeah, just to the mover of the motion, would that also defer all the construction years by 1 year also?
Everything congruently shift, right?
Okay. Follow up, Mayor Lehman? I guess probably Councillor Harris is probably the best one to ask. What impact would this have? And are you guys in a position? Because obviously it's a little problematic with the presentation coming after budget time. It would have been ideal if the presentation was coming before budget time. What impact, if any, especially at the beginning with the design phase? Like, is your committee truly in a position to actually start a design phase in 2022?
Great, thank you for the question. Yeah, I absolutely, yes. I think that's the important piece. What we need is to take the theater qualities and features that we think would be important to have after having viewed for similar theaters across Ontario to get what we believe is the best possible options for Barrie. That we need that next step. So we need something then to be able to, for example, start to plan that vision and even our fundraising, start to really put that forward as far as what this is going to be. So yes, it's a necessary step. It fits in line. I mean, in the reality would be, I mean, if you're looking at I look at the calendar different. I think 2024 should be the year we start construction, not wait a year and have a gap year. So I think, you know, you guys are going the wrong way on this, but yes, I believe the community would have the information you would need, and certainly, you know, even you know, obviously without context, the three items in the parenthesis in the bullet, the third bullet, provide a little bit of intrigue, but without the description, you're not getting the full picture. So I would say yes, the 200K, obviously it's in the budget. The presentation will happen after, but certainly it's a very necessary step to, and what I'll say, I'm happy to hear you're saying that you're happy to see the theater get built, just push it down a year. But I would say that, so we'll give you those good descriptions as to why, and why that 200K is necessary now and not later. So thank you. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Just a follow up. I'm not sure if staff or yourself are best to answer this. It's on the capital side of it with the construction. Like, I mean, when right now what's shown on this table is only $26 million. I can't envision that we're going to have a theater of this size built for $26 million. Am I safe in assuming there's several other years beyond this with capital expenditures? Because I'm expecting that this thing would probably be in the range of 40 plus when you're talking about the size of the theater that's being proposed.
Yeah, I can take that question on bullet 3. The on the presentation says 55 to 60. So you know, yes, it's more than what had been previously allocated by prior council for the project. But so, and there'll be opportunities obviously to look for grants and fundraising and such to manage the cost. But that is the cost, that ballpark figures as we, and depending on what the theater ultimately, the size, what's included, all the features, those all have impact on the cost. So that design and determining what's all involved and will certainly drive or reduce the cost.
So I'm just going to jump in here because I can see where we're going. We're going into a full discussion on the costs, merit, timing of a performing arts center without having received any of the information to support that discussion. I'm sure we're going to have a robust discussion around the cost, the timing, and the merits of the project. But I would just really urge General Committee, today's not the day for it. I don't think this motion is well thought through. There's no point to it. The task force is not yet reported. And there's, frankly, all of the numbers are going to change. The rationale may change. The funding sources may change. And I think it's fair to say most other communities, most recently St. Catharines, have been able to build actually much larger facilities than this with the benefit of considerable senior government dollars, federal and provincial grants. You know, would the city ever be able to fully fund the project? I doubt it. I think, you know, the funding formula for a project like this is always going to need to include our friends at the province of Ontario or the government of Canada, as our existing facilities have benefited from that kind of funding. But all of that discussion, the merit and all of that is to come when the task force happens. And I would just urge you to get back to the objectives of today. Our goal was to take $300 million out of the capital plan to approve our long-range financial plan policies. And I don't think this motion does anything on that. So Councillor Morales, I'm fine if you want to proceed with the motion, but I guess I would urge us not to spend the next half an hour or hour debating the merits of something that we just don't have any of the information about yet, and to move on to making some decisions that actually can affect our taxpayers tonight or today. Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. McAlpine, initial chats to pursue some performing arts center, I believe, began in on around 2016 with the old term of council. To your recollection, what was the initial amount that we, this might be a Rick Pugh's question, but what was the original amount we thought that this project would be? Because I think it's extremely important for members of council. This is something that was not well thought out or was not executed and kept ballooning and ballooning. We thought we were going to possibly repair and renovate the existing structure. So could you provide the initial range of that we thought getting into a performing arts center was going to cost the corporation of the city of Barrie?
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Morales, I don't have that off the top of my head. The 26 million that's currently showing is based on the last approval.
Okay, perfect. So for members of council for this term, this project, sorry? 14 to 19, this project has more or less tripled in projection. So if we're talking about having a well thought out plan for a capital investment, I'm going to speak to just the very existence of this. So this is obviously problematic. The purpose of my motion is to allow us from a more neutral perspective to buy into the vision. Again, I was around at the time when that number was what Councillor McCann said, and it has almost tripled. I understand there were external factors, but sometimes you have to either reduce the scope or cut your losses and not throw good money after bad. Voting in favor of this motion, members of council, will allow you to be more objective with that presentation. And making more
Point of order, Your
objective
Worship.
decision.
Yes, Councillor Congo, point of order.
So just concerned about questions about whether or not we are able to judge this fairly based on the information. I think we might be a little bit out of scope and off topic. So I just would like to bring us back.
Caution you, Councillor Morales, not to question the objectivity of fellow members of council.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm not questioning your objectivity. I'm saying that the motion on the floor allows you to opt into a plan instead of, if you don't like it, having to opt out. So if you vote in favor of it, the motion provides you that. So that's it. I just wanted I wanted to provide some clarity to members of council that don't have the context of where the numbers started on this project.
Go ahead, Councillor Congo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'll invite any member of the committee if they wish to speak to this, but I'd like to identify that I'm not in favor of the amendment. I think it's fairly presented and look forward to evaluating the motion based on its merits. So do not support the amendment.
Yeah, it's a shame the good work of members of council is being treated this way. Yeah. I'm going to call a question. Councillor Thompson, thanks for asking for it, but there's one other comment I wanted to make on this. You know, in 2002, there was an application to super build for an $80 million 1,000-seat theater from Barrie. I mean, the numbers have been all over the place. This is exactly my point on the procedure here. There's been like 8 different versions of this project over the years. 3 members of council and the entire cultural community who have been waiting for this for years have put a lot of work into it. All I'm saying is wait and get the presentation and then make your decisions. So I'm not going to vote in favor of the motion. I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? All other members of council. Motion's defeated. Are there any other motions on slide 30? Okay, let's move on to slide 31, which is the secondary area plan municipal campus. Now this name is a little opaque. This is actually the sports complex that's proposed for the annex lands, is it not, Ms. McAlpine?
Mayor Lehman, thank you for the question. It's 10 acres and approximately 10 acres of land for sports fields and courts that would also in the future, outside of this particular capital plan, 10-year capital plan, include Fire Station 5 as a permanent site. That's the entire vision for that.
Okay. So this project is the 7 million is to acquire the land for all of these sports fields and Fire Station 5. 3 million is site development. That doesn't sound like it would include a fire station.
No, the site works. So servicing of the land is the 3 million is strictly for the sports fields and courts. In the next 10-year capital plan is when you see the works for the construction of Station 5.
Okay, so would somebody like to move this staff recommendation? It is to defer the land acquisition and the sport field site development. Or would you care to move it with acquiring the land and deferring the site development? I suppose that would be the other option. Councillor Harvey?
To start the discussion, I will move the staff deferred recommendation. And I can speak to it if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
In conversation with the fire chief, it seems like they're very happy in the location that they're in. They have a very favorable lease from what I understand. And I would anticipate that if they have to stay there for a little bit longer period of time, that it's not going to cause any undue interruption. And when you look at the proximity of the two locations where they currently are, opposed to where the new fire hall is, they're very close to one another. So I don't anticipate that it's going to have any markable change in response times. So I will support what staff are recommending.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor McCann.
I'll be quick, Mayor Lehman. I'll be supportive of it too. I think that encouraging people to get out and play is a big priority of mine anyway. So I'll be supporting us.
But just to be clear, this is to defer it. So it would be longer till they could get out and play.
Oh, sorry. I guess so. I would say sorry. Then I guess I'm against it. Then, Councillor Harvey. I'd like to keep it the same. Hey, I'm not perfect. Okay. In case you thought I was, I'm not. Once again, Councillor Thompson, does it make you feel good to make me feel bad?
This time I'm going to say no comment. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just to clarify what's on the floor. So we would be going with this. So to start, this is slide 31, correct? Okay. So, and it's the option available that's on the floor? Okay. So as printed to the appropriate staff member, I am supportive of delaying the site development, but again, the land purchase, delaying it 2 years. We've more or less had a theme about land. Not everybody's in agreement. So to the appropriate staff member what would be if I were to do an amendment or someone else, the pros and cons of leaving site development in 2030, but sticking with the original timeline for land for 2025.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Morales. So the original timeline would allow you to secure the land earlier. It doesn't necessarily allow you to secure the land before it's serviced. So in either case, you are running the risk that the lands may become serviced. The specific lands have not been identified for this location. So a further deferral of the lands is not as significant a risk as it might be if the lands had been specified. And we also have to consider the fact that while the lands may escalate in price, our carrying cost associated with purchasing the lands earlier is a factor that weighs against buying it as early. So that's my attempt at both sides of the pros and cons.
Okay, perfect. I love the carrying cost comparison. Can one make the argument that just going back to the originals, the current 7 million in 2025 wouldn't add an increase in carrying costs because it's the current timeline. So it would just be, so right now the starting point is 2025. Scenario one is we're delaying it 2 years, 2 years less of carrying costs, but 2 years of a unknown appreciation exposure.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Council Morales. Thank you for the point. It's a good point. I think the thing that staff are really looking at here is the city's cash flow and its financial condition, and cash flow, addressing cash flow concerns as they hit into those later years of 2027, 2025. It's always better to shift larger projects earlier rather than later if we're going to shift them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, the motion's on the floor. Any further discussion or amendments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor, please indicate. Sorry. Go ahead.
Point of clarity, because I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if there was an amendment in there. So the motion is to defer. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear an amendment.
Okay.
So it's the motion as moved by Councillor Harvey, which is
Thank
the
you.
staff recommendation to defer. According to the slide, the option that's given on the slide. So again, those in favor, please indicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, that carries. Slide 32, members of General Committee, is with regards to the Dorian Parker Center reno and rebuild. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yeah, I don't mind putting this on. I don't think there's a great rush to renovate that building. I think most people will be glad that it's not being torn down. So that's great. I'm glad the washrooms will still be kept in there because that's the most important thing I hear. We need washrooms there.
Yeah.
So as long as the washrooms are there, I think we can defer any plans for the Dorian Parker Center, knowing that there may be some interim cost to keep that building to meet standards.
Okay, so this one is on the floor. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be supporting the deferral, but I'd just like to maybe throw a seed into staff's projections that this would be a great little area to have a little cafe. And so I'm not sure if that's in the plan. I see Councillor Ward nodding his head. So is that the future plan, Councillor Ward?
No, but I've always thought that there's potential to maybe involve some private group in here, to either a private group or a local service club or something to take over the operation of the building and take on some of the costs. But that can be determined later. It's not for today.
Yeah, that's why I would put a little seed. It's just driving down to Toronto yesterday and somebody was actually asking me exactly about this. They wanted to put a cafe there. And so it's kind of got my wheels turning. So thank you.
Yeah, I actually think that'd be great too. So it's on the motions on the floor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I won't support the motion, especially considering the potential need for accessibility renovations. I think it could end up ending up costing more if we didn't do that all at once. And I think Sunnydale Park has so much potential and is underutilized for how beautiful of a park it is. And I think the Dorian Parker Center being revamped would bring a lot more people to the park to be able to enjoy it. And I just want to see that park live up to its potential. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, fair enough. Any other comments on the motion? I'm going to support this one reluctantly. I think the Dorian Parker Center is actually got great potential, and I'd love to see a tavern in the park, or not a tavern, but a cafe kind of in the park approach, something like that. A lot of great big urban parks have that facility, but we got to make tough choices, and this one probably could push. So I'm going to support it. Call the question. Those in favor? Are any opposed? One? Yeah, that carries. Okay. Slide 33, which is the $400,000 curtain and stage. Somebody wish to put this on the floor? Councillor Owen?
I'd like to move that we proceed with the current plan and not defer this piece.
Yeah, unless somebody wants to move it. I actually wasn't going to support this one either, but if somebody would like to move it, we can. No, okay, I totally agree. We need the stage. It is a constant complaint from users of our facility. It's limiting the number of people who use the BMC, and the curtain. I mean, it's, yeah. Okay, so if there's no motion on that, that completes going through the projects. Thank you very much, members of General Committee. That actually turned into a pretty good way to do it, a good way to discuss it. And thanks to staff, the infrastructure projects obviously were approved as a group, and these we've had some good individual discussion on. What I would like to do now is have I'd like to just try and complete this and then go have lunch, if that's okay, members of general committee. We only have one other real item of business, which is the dividend policy. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, so we have an item of deferred business. Mr. Krause?
Sorry, Mayor Lehman, endorsement of the 5 strategies.
Yeah, I know,
Staff
sorry, that's
recommend
part
as
of
well.
all of it. And sorry, the only, I guess I was referring to the fact that only one has had substantive discussion and presentation. But so what we need to do now, members of general committee, is the motion was referred and that the referral included the 5 policies. This is paragraph 2 of the referred motion, subparagraph 3, that the following strategies be implemented. I mean, all of this does need to be approved by general committee. I know a member of council has a conflict on the hydro holdings piece. So Madam Clerk, what would be the best way to do that? Should we deal with the other 4 policies first and then that 5th one separately?
Yes, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, so my suggestion would be if somebody could move, well, actually, do we need to move it? It's been referred to us.
Yes, you have to approve
Okay.
it.
Oh, I know we need to approve it. So would somebody place the motion on the floor with the exception of paragraph 2(3)(b), if that makes sense? Councillor Aylwin? Yeah, so we are not dealing with 3(b). So this is paragraphs 2(1) that we received the Watson and Associates long-range financial plan, 2 that the financial policies framework be replaced with the new framework, and 3 A, C, D, and E. So C, D, and E are the 3 related to DCs and growth related capital and strategies. A is the DERF, that it go back from 2023 and on to 1%. So that's the substance of what's on the floor. Any discussion on these? Councillor Aylwin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And before we get into discussion on the entire piece, I do have an amendment inspired by the discussion that was brought up by Councillor Thompson. So I will move that now. And it's that staff in the Development Services Department report back to Planning Committee on managing extension requests to existing planning approvals, such as conditions of site plan approval and draft plan of subdivision approvals.
Okay, so that would be a new paragraph. Do you want to just read that again? Sorry, Councillor Aylwin.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's that staff in the Development Services Department report back to Planning Committee on managing extension requests to existing planning approvals, such as conditions of site plan approval and draft plan of subdivision approvals. Actually, I'll email that to council.
That's great. Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, so the amendment would add a new paragraph that staff report back to Planning Committee on managing these requests for extensions. I think we had discussion earlier as to why that's an issue. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just am waiting for Councillor Alwyn to email it to everybody just before. to provide
Okay,
clarity.
so
That's
anybody
okay.
else wish to discuss it while we're waiting for the text to come around? Okay, I've received it. You got it, Councilor Morales? Everybody had a chance to take a look at that wording? Okay, if so, I'll call the question on it. Those in favor of the amendment? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Ward, no?
I don't know if you work with staff. I just kind of staff if they're fine with that wording.
Ms. Banfield? Yep. Excuse me. Looks like they are. Call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Anybody opposed? None. So we'll get that as a report back to Planning Committee should the main motion as amended now pass. Back on the main motion as amended, further discussion. This is really the 4 long-range financial policies. Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries unanimously. Okay, could somebody move the remaining one, paragraph 3B? This is the allocation of the hydro holdings, or not. I mean, I guess you could not if you want to leave it as it is, but for discussion, I guess we need to deal with it. So, Councillor Kungle.
I'll table 3B as presented.
Okay, Councillor McCain. Okay. So the motion's on the floor as printed, which is that we do 50% to tax capital and 50% to reinvestment. Discussion. Councillor Harvey.
I guess just to provide a little clarity, not sure how many people would be watching on a Saturday morning, but if maybe Mr. Miller can provide some financial impacts if we were not to approve this and leave the, I believe it's a 70-30 split that we normally have, whereas this is a 50-50 split.
Mr. Miller.
80-20? Oh, okay, an 80-20 split.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris and General Committee. So as you said, currently it is an 80-20 split, but so by moving to a 50-50 split will greatly improve our tax capital reserve, and that we would be shifting instead of 1.8 million, it would be closer to 3.5 million a year to the tax capital reserve. So by doing that, it would put us in a positive position by 2026. As opposed to currently in the current forecast, the tax capital reserve will have a significantly a negative position of overcommitted of 6.7 million in 2026 versus a positive 1.8. So there's about a $8 million improvement by doing that by 2026, which would really help that reserve significantly.
Great, thanks. I am supportive of it. I know it's going to limit some of the available funds for what I would call vanity projects, let's say, for different ward-specific initial. But when you look at the big grand picture here, it's definitely the way to go. So I will support the staff recommendation on this.
Okay, further comments, Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be supportive of this. Same sentiment as Councilor Harvey. I agree, some of them are vanity, some of them are community, some of them are creative. But the reason I'll be supporting this is I know that we are every month, every quarter, we are refining the processes we have in place for external stakeholders to ask us for money. So I like the fact that we're doing this in unison, and it just makes the process more clear. And I think it's actually great timing for us to do this and further directs money into long-term sustainability of the corporation, which at the end of the day, all taxpayers benefit from and appreciate. So I'll be supportive of it.
Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. It's unfortunate that my colleagues to the right of me are supportive of this because I feel that I will lose this vote. But let me just, pardon me? I don't think you will, but go ahead. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. It's like the Twilight Zone maybe today then. And yeah. Okay. Well, I just, I loved the initial sentiment that this funds are supposed to go to, and I think Councillor Ward and Councillor Prowse at the time, and I guess Mayor Lehman all suggested that, and I think it's great. And I think we're in a time now where we need to encourage investment. We need to encourage the fun, right? Now more than ever. And we need to spend this money on projects like theater, like pickleball courts, like skateboard parks. I'm not sure what they all are, but I think that this money really should be dedicated towards the fun stuff of the city because it will attract. So I won't be supportive, Councillor Gary Harvey and Councillor Morales, and I'll be happy to encourage see what you guys say.
Councillor McCann, other comments? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'd like to put an amendment on the floor to have the split be remain at 80-20, or I guess to remove that paragraph would probably be simpler.
Well, I think what we would do then is simply vote against this motion. So the motion, if you want to leave it at 80-20, then just vote against it. If you want a different ratio, then move a different ratio.
Well, I appreciate Councillor McCann's comments and completely agree. I think these dividends should be invested in our strategic priorities, and the 80-20 split allows for that. So I'm not supportive.
Okay, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to staff. So when I look at the framing of the motion, because I do agree, I'm very interested in hearing back from our three strategic priorities: affordable housing, the precinct, and the theater. So when I look at how the framing is referenced, it identifies that this is a 2023 allocation of 50-50. It's my assumption that when we get into budget and actually have those presentations by those task groups or other pieces, that there is room then to be having a more informed conversation about the needs of those task groups and funding, and that this still might be looked at around a revenue source that could be changed within the next year. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, there's the opportunity to change any of the recommended motions in for the long range financial plan and the funding.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'll just state I still support the way it's framed, and I do still look at this as an opportunity for revenue that should be considered when we identify what our needs are and our priorities and that alignment to happen. But the way in which it's framed for 2023 forecasting out, I'm content with leaving it as is based on what we know to date.
All right, thanks, Councillor Kungle. Others on the motion? Councillor Harris, then Councillor Morales.
Great, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, and in agreement with Councillor McCann and Councillor Congo, absolutely. We'll be voting against the 50-50 and believe that the current allocation percentages are good. And I like, again, Councillor McCann, your commitment to doing these projects that are important, community building projects, is appreciated. And I think that when we see the list of items that are potentially not in our funded in our 10-year plan, these are real large community additions that benefit our city in many ways. So I hope that we will continue to have that vision and put that money aside to do those exciting projects. So thank you.
Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Hearing some of the comments of my colleagues, both sides are, well, our side so far is just yourself and I, Councillor Harvey, but so far. But the points on the other side are really resonating with me. So I guess this is more of a call for comments. I'm wondering if there's maybe a desire to split the difference. 80, the difference being 70-30, and maybe my colleagues that have already spoken are just like, nope, keep it as is, no compromise, which is fair. But I'm wondering if we can somehow capture the appreciation for these projects while still moving the needle a bit in the direction that would achieve these objectives. So I'm not putting an amendment. I'll just kind of leave it at that.
So maybe I'll weigh in at this point, Councillor Morales. I guess I'll make two arguments. One is I do take exception with how some of those projects are characterized, or the idea around them. I don't think it's vanity to be investing in economic development or our cultural community or affordable housing, and those are the three major investments that are proposed to come from this reserve over the coming years. We may choose when those investments are presented to council that they're not our top priority, but I would hate to have a long-range financial policy that said this fund, which is the product of decisions of councils past to take some risk, which has now returned to us an income stream that we can use to build our community, a separate income stream that most municipalities don't benefit from. This is a really important point to me, and I guess that's why this one matters to me on sort of principle. Us, Mississauga, Markham, the partners in Electra benefit from the choices that have been made by councils past and the work of Electra's team to create a dividend stream that can now be used separate from all other municipal funding sources to invest in our communities. And we may well choose and say economic development is more important than recreation, or recreation is more important, or tourism is more important than economic, or whatever it might be. I don't know what that looks like. But there's also been a lot of work done over the last year by these three task forces to bring to council some proposed investments which would be funded by this. I guess the other reason I'm opposed to changing the policy is that really the financial impact is not all that significant. I mean, with great respect, I guess Mr. Miller and I might differ a little bit on this. I don't think that $1.5 to $2 million improvement to the tax capital reserve is enough for us to give up on the opportunity for investment in our community that holding on to that funding for strategic projects represents. So earlier, by approving the staff recommendations, I believe, I'm not sure whether we made any changes that would affect the tax capital piece, but we took $38 million out of the spending from the tax capital reserve, pushed it, didn't cut it, but pushed it. And that's a significant improvement, $38 million. To then say, well, we need to do this other 8 at the expense of potentially being able to do all these other things in our community, I don't think would be a good financial policy. And I want council's future to be able to invest in their community using this fund, using the proceeds of what we built through Electra. So, you know, we can have the argument as to whether it should go to this or should go to this or should go to this, but I'm sure of this, it should not go to potholes. It should not go to potholes. We do need to spend more on potholes. We have been spending more on potholes. Just now, we approved several financial policies that will allow us to spend more on potholes, but not this. This is for investing in our people and our economy. So I'm going to vote against it. Councillor Kungl, go ahead.
Well, I guess I was going to ask for a process because I tabled it, but I was thinking out years. And the more we talk a bit about it, like I was expecting the 80-20 to stay through 2022. And then for us to be able to reconsider if there is perhaps something I misunderstood about a negative impact where we can't revisit this and align the proportion of that dividends to priorities. I was just looking at delaying that decision and I was fine with the 50-50 split. But if there's, I guess I'll ask staff, if there's something I'm not understanding about this jeopardizing some of the fund access, then I would actually withdraw my support for this motion.
Yeah, so just on process, maybe Mr. Miller can be clear, but the long range financial plan would, if we approve this, if council approved this motion, we're saying that from here forward, you're going to build the capital plan and the operating budget, the budget and business plan on the assumption that 50% of the reinvestment reserve is going to infrastructure or whatever general capital funds. And the other 50% is remaining in the reserve to be allocated by future decisions.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, that's correct. So the motion that was presented was that starting in 2023, we would use that money in the tax capital reserve and going forward. And then when staff build the budget, we have that funding source and we would allocate it to projects and bring that forward to council, which each year you have the opportunity to approve or not to approve or make changes. As it stands now, you'll see that the reinvestment reserve has a pretty healthy balance in the outer years, and we haven't allocated that other than per council's direction. So really, it's if whatever council approves today will impact just how we fund our projects and what we bring forward going forward.
Okay. I like the future forecasting around putting us into a healthier balance. I'm going to withdraw the 50-50 change. It is a conversation I would like to have, but perhaps rather than deferring it, how do we get to a place of more informed decision around of the 80-20? Is that proportion that we like on the out years? And then maybe when we talk about the council that talks about the 2023 budget out can be informed about how these priorities are being funded and what's needed, and maybe making a more informed decision around the ratio of those funds and how they may be split.
I guess the question, so your question is when might we look at this issue again?
I guess I'm saying I'll withdraw my personal support for the 50-50 and I'll look at different opportunities to be more informed as we hear more about our strategic priorities and where we're drawing funding from. But I do like giving some level of guidance to staff around out year funding, but if it's a proportion that doesn't make sense based on where we're going to put dollars in budget conversations we're probably going to have in the new year, then is it even good information to give staff direction on?
Well, I guess the thought I would have, Councillor Kungl, I guess, is if, let's assume the 3 task forces come with at least a rough sense of the spending that might be required to accomplish their recommendations. Council will say yes to some, no to others, no doubt. There will be some sense of what that would require. Some of it's already funded. The Fisher Theatre is in the plan already to the tune of 26 million, and it's being funded by the council's approved investment in the theater reserve, which is also coming out of here at the amount of 2.5 a year. Is that enough? Do we want to change any of that? All that discussion would occur later. And as well, the downtown market recommendation. So I guess my point would be in response to your question, the demand on this reserve or draws on this reserve might look a little different after we go through that process.
Yeah.
And maybe at that point, we could reassess if we felt there was a balance that could be allocated to other priorities in the city.
So I'll leave it tabled as is because I'm hearing different opinions. So I'll let people vote how they'd like to vote, but I believe I have changed my mind about at this point in time supporting a 50-50 change for 2023 and onward.
Okay, and my apologies. Did you put that motion on the floor just to get us started? Okay. Councillor Harvey did? Oh, okay. Okay, so it's on the floor. Did you want to speak to it some more?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some clarity because obviously you made some comments about the terminology vanity that I used. By no means was I referring to affordable housing or any of these other great projects around the city as vanity projects. There's definitely other projects, without starting to highlight any of them, that I would definitely say would fall within that vanity piece. So I just want that to be clear that that's not where I was going with this. The reason I will still support this 50-50 though, and hearing everybody's comments, is solely from a taxpayer piece. We've heard about the dollar value, the impact is. I know that some don't feel that it's a great impact, but when you put it in correlation to a potential tax increase on someone's bill, it's getting very close to almost the 1% mark. And that's kind of where I look at it. If this potentially down the road means a 0.75% increase on one's tax bill, I think really we're in a time in our life where we have to look at what's important now. What do we absolutely need? And what's basically we must have and what is nice to have. And again, this is not to do with affordable housing piece. This is solely about what I would deem as these vanity type projects. So sometimes this type of funds are used, but it really comes down to the tax rate, in my opinion, and that's why I will support this.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Harvey. So the motion is on the floor to adopt the staff recommendation. Lots of comments. Anybody else have anything more they want to say on it? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor of going to the 50-50, those in favor of the motion. 2, those opposed. Balance. So that does fail. At this point, that completes, I believe, the business for today. We certainly don't need to do inquiries or announcements. We can do that on Monday. I just want to thank again all members of staff and members of general committee. That actually turned into a very fruitful conversation and discussion of a number of the pieces. Councilor McCann?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, before you let us all go, could we maybe get a rough estimate? You know, I was asking the question, Mr. Miller. We got
hey. Yeah. So staff presented a number, and did council's amendments significantly change that number, Mr. Miller?
So I'm going to speak slowly, and as I speak, I'm hoping Don can confirm my math here. So if we looked at slide 20, there was a total impact post 2031 of 265.7 million. I believe the land purchase is option of deferring is not being made, so I subtracted out 13.5. And then there was $400,000 that council did not approve. So the total I've got at this point, quick math, back of a napkin, is 251.8 million being deferred post 2031.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, with that, that completes General Committee's agenda. A reminder that the Santa Tour is making its way through all of your wards at the moment. The Chambers managed to get him and a transit bus and a few others all over the city today, and they will be downtown, I think at 4 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, Sergio. Yeah, with the tree lighting and fireworks to come at 6. Yes, got that time right? I think so. Okay, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you, members of General Committee. General Committee is adjourned.